Go grab those GM buffs for free shit. I think, what is it, free EXP at that point? Because I'm going to have the 100%. Yeah, it's 30% EXP. I mean, it ain't much. It's whatever. Alright, we've got that, we've got that. So we've got that buff. We've got those. We got those. Let's go ahead and turn on our shite. And we're at 220. Oh yeah, we'll be overcapped. We will be overcapped. So make sure we don't have any tent buffs running. All right, we're good. Alrighty, so 3 hours of this. Oh yeah, I should probably turn the volume up for y'all. It's probably better. So yeah, early morning grind. Buenos dias. Morning. Hello there. How you doing today? Just dropping by to say hi. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. We're on the morning grind to burn 83,000 Agris. Tired. Supergirl Toy Story have me up. God awful early. Oh, you gonna go see both today, or you've just gonna go see one of them? You work them. Oh, okay. Shit. Oh, okay. Damn. That's gonna suck. Well, at least you've got a friend in me. Too early? To infinity and beyond? Back to work, catch you later. Alright, Kaylee. Good luck on your day. Hopefully things go well. Let's see. 8 o'clock. We'll be done by 11:30. Move on with my day. We gotta basically start getting ready for every other day grinds mentally, because every other day we're getting 80,000 Agris. And that's gonna be fun with a capital F. But, I mean, we're gonna get a lot of grind money out of it. You know, I kind of wish I had the 30 bill to spend on that Black Spirit Rage Crystal. Kind of wish I had that. But we can't do that until we get the rest of the knobs. Once we get the knobs, then we'll the next thing we'll buy is that crystal, and then we'll get that crystal, and then we'll start working on cronstones from that point on out. Should be getting a boss here in just a minute. What I thought. We were getting ready for this guy, which is why I haven't been popping my buffs consistently. I was waiting for this guy to show up. What we'll do is, while we're here, we'll go do the Adanya boss, because I can't remember if I've done him this week. So because we'll be right here, we'll just go ahead and run it. Will be we're gonna be grinding this so much, like it's gonna be kind of unreal at how much we're gonna be making. So my hope is we make at least 10 bill a day. We should get, in a 2-week event, 70-ish bill is what we should be pulling out of this. We've got my crates turned on officially, so now I'm just having to keep an eye on the materials of what's up there. I am starting to buy, but I'm not going like degenerate level buying like I have done in the past, where I mean I will spend, you know, $1 billion in one sitting. Because I'm trying to keep up my liquid cash as best as possible. I'm also kind of holding out on I think at this point, I'm going to just start selling any time the elixirs get over 27. I will start lightly bleeding some off, because I do need to start getting that blown, which is annoying. Also, hello there. How goes?
Good.
Doing some thefting and some autoing today?
Yes, with a bit of a twist.
And what's the twist?
I'm gonna have my first face cam on.
Holy shit!
No mask, face cam,
Okay.
face reveal.
Nice.
Oh my god.
You can do it! Man, your community's gonna go, what the fuck?
What the fuck? I look exactly the same as my model does.
I mean, pretty much. You're like, I've been trying to tell you, secretly, something, but you just didn't know.
You just didn't know.
Wait, is your hair actually green and blonde at the same time right now?
Hold on. I'm gonna have to disable my face cam on my OBS so I can actually show it.
Because I mean, the last time I think you were just straight. Hold on, let me get block up because that's gonna be a video. Oh yeah, shit, you do. That's awesome. Because I know the last time I think you turned it on, I think you were just solid blonde at that moment. Like it maybe had died out, or is it like permanent dye or temp dye?
It's more temporary, but
okay.
I redo it every 3 months.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that would be permanent, because I know some people can just like spray it in like instantly and, you know, wear it for like 8 hours or a shower or two. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
So how far did you get in the story?
Not that far. Hold on. I got ambushed at a teal.
Okay.
And I had to escape the cops. That's how far in I got. But I'm probably going to start over again because there was a little problem at the end.
Okay.
And yeah.
Because I've just gotten Franklin and Michael unlocked. Played a little bit last night, got a little bit further.
I already got to Leicester, but I'm probably going to start from the start again.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's cool. What was the problem? Just a bad start, or the game not working right, or what?
My fucking... Hold on, I'll DM it. I'll DM it.
Okay. And Q block. I don't have long. Gotcha.
It was absolutely random as well.
So, do you not like have like just like a gaming email that's only for your game shit?
I do, but for that fat stuff, no.
Oh shit. Yeah, that would. Okay, I get
As
you.
for certain stuff, yeah. Certain stuff, if it's obviously that I need a gaming email, I'll use it.
Because, like,
I do
everything gets done on my gaming email for game stuff. Anything and everything. Even, if it's related to games, it gets done on this email. So I can keep track of where it comes from. So this way I know if it's shows up on anything else, it's not for what I deal with. Because, like, for a while, I was getting security logins on my personal email address. And I'm like, why am I getting a security email about my Steam account? And then on my personal, and I realized, once I finally said screw it one day, that was my original Steam account. That was somebody was trying to hack into. And I was like, oh. So, I mean, after that, I made sure that everything I did that's related to my game shit is on the one email. Yeah, because I heard it there right at the end. Somebody was talking about it. I think y'all were kind of briefly talking about it, but I was trying to listen to what the fuck they were saying in the game, so I didn't quite track what was going on.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, at that point I was like, I don't want to deal with this shit anymore, and I'm gonna do facecam stream soon anyway, so I might as well get to it.
Yeah. Cool. Because, I mean, at that point, and I mean, I hate to be real, but let's be real. You're more expressive as a real avatar.
Yeah.
You're not just kind of like sitting there. So, cool. Hello there.
Hello. Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
It's good.
We're just here slaughtering spirit knights. Over and over and over and over.
And over.
Yep. So what time you starting, Breezer?
In about 35 minutes.
Cool. Now, do you have to like do you have to re-download the entire game to start over, or do you just delete the save file?
It's just I didn't have it saved at all, so I can just
Okay.
new game.
Okay, cool. That works.
All right, I'll go back to where Luca was.
All right, we'll see you later.
See you.
All right, let's kill the big boy.
Yep, I was just about to do the same damn thing, and I was like, oh shit, Nightingale's already up to that.
Already up? Bitch, I've been up for fucking 5 hours.
He said, don't worry, I've been up.
Yep. Yep. I just said, finally, I was like, screw it, let's just go ahead and start getting this shit over and done with. Plus, GM buffs just happened to show up the moment I logged over to my Guardian, so they were, he was doing them on Battle Arena 1. So I got in on the extra penance of EXP. Almost brought the Seraph here, but I was like, I'll save that for the every other day grind.
On the Seraph.
Yeah. Because, I mean, at this point, I am on simple cron seafood cron meals for processing at this point. Or anything I needed to do. I mean, we did all the chicken meat last night, so...
Yeah.
The only thing that I might try to do cooking-wise today is, this evening, I might try to do, some of the Arihaza meals. But I don't know if I'm gonna have the fish to do that. So I gotta go kind of...
Fish for those?
Yes, there's a couple, dishes where you have to make, like, fish dishes.
Motherfucker.
So, I was gonna look at that, and, but I need to make Vidur draughts, so I gotta go look and see if I've got the shit to craft them. If not, I will probably buy some. Just to hold me
Got
over.
like only 30 of them out of the 100 I made. Of Verdur's left. Verdur's.
Well, I mean, I chugged them all day long, basically. Like, I was using them during the tier 2 processes. So when I was going from planks to plywoods, ingots to, or shards to ingots, for the faster processing rate. Because again, the idea of it is you want to... It's not necessarily that I was using it for the EXP, but it's more for the fact of the processing success chance guarantees that, well, not guarantees, but ensures that when it does process, it goes through, so that you're not having to redo that process. Which we can't actually see where 100% is, which also sucks. Because, I mean, I'm Guru 60 or 61, whatever I'm at. And, it's still not 100%.
Doesn't it stop at 50 though, for the percentages?
I mean, most of the stats do stop at 50. But I'm just saying, like, I'm Guru 61, and it doesn't. I think I'm 61. Nope, I am just short of 61. I still got some, grinding to do, because I'm trying to, even out my jade crates. The, stuff there isn't quite even on the rough jade, or the normal jade, so... Trying to... go see, if I can get that evened out. Because I have way more ingots than I do jade up there. And then just do some small processing throughout the day. Get all that taken care of.
Today?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to just get some more smaller processing stuff done.
After the 3 hours of Aetherion?
Yeah. Because, like, if it's, if I've got any of my ores are over 45,000, that's an hour of processing. So I should be able to process probably till dinner time.
So it'd probably take me longer to process that same amount, huh?
Not by much. It depends on your batch count. Well, it's also weight. I've got 5,000 whatever weight on my thing, so I can literally have her AFK process for like 50 minutes on just certain things.
I can only do like 20 minutes to 30 minutes.
Yeah, the extra weight is stupidly helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't even have like 2,000 weight limit even with buffs.
Once the they bring back the 1-for-1 pearl crates, I'll get my guardian fixed and she'll be the same as my seraph, and this way it doesn't matter who I have at that point. Because, like, I could have done all this on my guardian and my seraph could have been the one out doing all the grinding.
Correct.
So once I get their weights fixed, because Guardians now got all the other paid weights, or not paid weights, but the loyalty weights taken care of.
But it'd be maxing out, almost maxing out her on weight limit. I
Oh,
think it's 5,000, right?
Yeah, once I get the pearl boxes, the 1-for-1 pearl boxes, I'll go and buy every paid weight she can get, and she'll be maxed. And then it doesn't matter who. If I want to do it on the Seraph, great. If I want to do it on the Guardian, great.
I'm trying to think of how much more weight limit I would need to like be okay for just grinding an hour.
You can't grind Aetherion all the way through in an hour. And that's with 5,000 weight.
Okay.
I don't think.
You'd have to send it off to the storage maid regardless.
Yes. Like Darkseekers, I even had to unload, I think, twice. Because one was about the 30-minute marker, and then one was so I think it was like around every 25 minutes I think I had to unload. The Sicilian on the Dracania, I had to unload...
For Yazrid.
Yeah, so when I did that, I had to do, I think it was every 4th leg I had to go, make sure that I had my weight dropped.
They dropped that much loot out there? Hey,
It also weighs more.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's probably a 0.3, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's when it sucks.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Just pop it on your horse and you're done. Like, somebody was arguing that, I commented on somebody's, forum post here several days ago where they were talking about how, what all needed to be changed for Highlands, and I was like, I politely commented, I'm like, look, I'm gonna take it just judging by how long your account's been active. You don't quite have the real mechanics of Highlands due to the fact that you're basically talking about stuff that's been parroted by several people on YouTube videos.
Parroted. For sure.
And I'm like, okay, so first off, you trying to take 2 legs down at once is not required by the game. The game was designed to take 1 leg down. The fact that some classes can actually take down 2 legs is cool, but that is not how you're supposed to play the game. They designed it to take 1 leg down at a time. I said that's their core mechanic. Whether we call this an exploit or not, whatever it is, you know, let's just be real. The game was they designed it to take 1 leg down at a time. Anybody who tries to defend it is just wanting to defend this position. You're taking too much damage. Okay, well, obviously red means dead, but we also know from playing other MMOs that red is a DPS buff, so the longer you stand in it, the more DPS you do. But I said there's only 3 that I can think of, 3 waves that are guaranteed one-shots if you're not paying attention. And I said most of them aren't telegraphed that they are true one-shots, but you gotta learn which one of these are one-shots. But however, once you do know which ones are the one-shots, 90% of the others can just be iframed or Q-blocked through, if you have a class that can Q-block.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that I had that mechanic there, and I know I spent some hours there.
So there are some one-shot mechanics that you have to watch out for. There is a small green sliver cone that shows up on...
Yeah, I remember that one.
So that's one of them. There is a multi-stomp where it will do... Yes, that is a... So if you're in that ring during the... during when it does that small green sliver, you will get one shot. You will not be able to survive that. And that's even with RTP.
You stand in the green sliver?
You have to stand in the green sliver. Also, if you stand in the green sliver, when it's done, it'll give you the buff for free. So you'll get a 20-second buff immediately. And it works on the leg. So you do want to get to the green buff. Next, he was saying that the green, speaking of the green buff, he said the green buff doesn't show up enough. I'm like, dude, that thing's all over the Sicilian.
Yeah. I was just about to say no.
And it lasts, you can get it every 20 seconds. You can maintain it easily by staying around. The other comment that he had was, it's too hard to get the overcharged Keyless mob to spawn. I said, okay, this is where I really know you don't know what you're doing here, because I said that's a guaranteed spawn. I said it's really easy to do. You just gotta damage the Sicilian directly. Gotta get it to, I think, 20-25% of its health down, and then it'll summon the, it will summon the elite. I said, so this is not a, you know, you're sitting here saying this, that because he was complaining that the quest needed to be dropped from 10 to 3. I'm like, no, you can easily get 10 of those things in an hour. Easily. I said, it's not that, it's a you issue on not knowing where to DPS the Sicilian. That it's not telegraphed that you have to damage it. But that is actually the case, and once it is, it'll summon the elite, and then it'll become immune to damage. Because you can't actually kill the Sicilian. So, and then, as far as the legs, I said, yes, there are some unfair advantages out there, and I said, I'll give you an example, is one, the Dracania, specifically in my case, could one-shot the leg if I really wanted to. However, if I take an AoE class out like the Guardian, she cannot take both take the main leg in that same rotation. It takes me 3 rotations. I said, so you're going to have different classes that are going to go out there and be able to DPS the legs differently, which is going to determine your trash loot slightly different. So I said, don't try to compare yourself to other people's grinds, because everybody's going to have it a different way. Because the person who can single target the leg isn't going to be able to get the AoE trash that the AoE can, but the AoE will take longer to get the leg down. They balance out in the end. You might get the leg down faster, sure, but if, like, the difference is the Guardian versus the Dracania, they're gonna be about the same in trash. And it's not enough to say, oh my god, this is game-breakingly different. You're maybe making a couple thousand trash difference. Not really the end of the world. That's not a Kabua's artifact different. You know. He was complaining about the trash loot and how it was 0.3. I said, every 4th wave is a long AFK phase. All you have to do is, when you get to that 4th leg, is get to it. Now, the argument goes to the people who don't have paid weights, and now you're having to go faster. I said, well, the good news is you have an AFK phase at the end of every phase. You just go lay it down on your horse, and you're done. Because he was arguing that you needed a vendor there in the cave. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of slightly justify this for the moments that you do get royally fucked. And you do what I've done a couple times, which is accidentally split your horse weight. And now you're overweight and the horse is overweight, and you can't put weight on either one. I said, now, so in that case, sure, I could justify it, but with the free maps, as long as you keep 1 or 2 on you at all times, actually, wait, no, that wouldn't work. Because you're overweight. You'd have to ride back.
Yeah, you have to take the weight off your horse and restack it.
But you can't, because you're overweight. And your horse is overweight. So you can't restack your horse.
Your horse is never overweight.
Yes, it is.
Not to the stacking concern. No,
yes, it
you
is.
Just take the stack back off.
Nope, you can't. So once you become overweight, so here's how this works. So let's say I have 40,000 trash in total, or let's say 80,000. Let's just make it bigger so that it makes more sense. All right. I believe it is 24,000. Your character goes over the 125%. All right.
Okay.
Once you're over
Yeah,
120,
once you go over, you can't.
yes, you cannot take the full load off your horse and put it on you. Just vice versa. If your horse is already over encumbered, which means past the normal limit, whatever the 100 and whatever 50 weight is, I think is what it is. Your horse cannot take more items on it.
No,
So
no,
this
no.
is-
Yeah, it can't take more than one item. No.
But once you've split your stack and now you have, let's say, 40,000 on each, you can't restack your horse. It won't come back onto you, and it won't go back onto your horse. So, and your tent is fucking useless too, because your tent cannot take the weight either.
No. No, the
Uh,
weight can't even. The tent can't even go over that weight.
Nope. Which is
fucking
also,
dumb.
well, yeah, I was about to say that's also stupid because that's kind of the whole point of paid inventory and shit like that. Anyway,
You know.
so I
that's
was
so
basically
good.
argued. I said, look, as long as you just are hard overstacking your horse, you'll never have this issue, and you'll have basically infinite storage
Right.
for your grind hours. I said, now sure, if you're doing 8-10 hours, yeah, you probably want to go take that to town every now and then. But I'm like, most of this mechanic stuff that you're talking about is the issue. I said, as far as like making it more valuable, I'm like, the only thing that needs to be done, if that's the case, is turn it to a Dekia Lantern spot and give it the Dekia Lantern buff. You
Right.
know, where it gets the Debarekas and all this stuff and slightly more expensive trash, sure. But I said it does not need to be a max level grind spot for the game. I said this Dekia Lantern would need to be mid-tier Adanya at this point. I'm like, so it'll basically make it it's the bottom tier of the high-end grind spots. But by giving it a Dekia Lantern, you could probably bump it up into the mid Adanya. And then if you really wanted to make it dumb, then you give it a Dekia 2, and the Dekia 2 could take it up to whatever Stars End level shit.
Yeah, I agree. I think there needs to be a Dekia from a 360 AP level to at least a 380.
Somewhere in that range. And that's
Because
kind of
there's
like,
a lot of shit. Sorry.
yeah, that's kind of thing is that there's a lot of stuff to go do in the game, but in terms of that,
This is the grind during them levels. There's none almost.
yeah, it's either super below or super above.
Mm-hmm.
So by splitting the it's a slight increase in Highlands, making it a Dekia Lantern. Yeah, it would be the biggest Dekia Lantern spot in the game, for sure. Because, I mean, that area is going to be huge. Because it's got to engulf a complete Sicilian.
Yeah.
But, still, it's fine,
Yeah, they'd have to add in like 2 more Killian spots at least for the Dekia.
No, there's several of them there. You could easily take 2 out of that place and it wouldn't harm the economy of people grinding that spot.
Okay. Yeah, I've only grinded like a few hours here, so.
There is, I think, 8 or 12 of them there. I'll have to go count again.
Holy crap.
There's several there. Because there's 4 right there at the, just at the grind, where the cave is. So.
There's a cave?
Yeah, do you know where the cave that you get the daily quests from?
No.
Yeah, there's a quest where you get the
No.
daily cave. There's daily cave quests.
Now I'm mad. Cause I'm like,
You just missed out on a lot of cat. Well, not really, because you didn't really grind there long enough. But I mean, it's Caphras.
That's
So
actually the only place out of Uliki that I really didn't touch.
so you did more City of the
Other
Dead
than-
than you did.
I didn't touch City of the Dead either.
Okay, because that was the garbage one. Like, unless you're trying to get the telescope, that place is trash.
And I barely touched Tungrad.
Yeah, Tungrad is. I'm not a fan of Tungrad.
Like, it's okay, but I prefer Dark Seekers.
Yeah.
all I know is I went from like Gyfin Underground to doing Dark Seekers before the update.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because I got kicked out of Highland. I got kicked out of Darkseekers because of that buff they did to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I had to go to
Highlands probably.
Dekia.
Ah, okay.
I went straight Dekia.
That's fair.
I spent a lot of time at the Ash Force number 2 and all the crescents and all the good times.
Okay.
So I was trying to get my
See, I went Gyfin Under to Darkseekers pre-buff because that was my next step. Highlands was just out of my reach. Plus, I was watching Chloe, and Chloe was giving me, PTSD watching her get absolutely fucked there.
Highlands?
Yeah. Playing Alon, I mean, she died several times there during the night. And I mean, this was back when you actually had to run elixir rotations. This was before the Harmony Draught was introduced.
Yep.
And she was running, because you actually had to run corrupted frenzies there. Because
Yeah,
it was a 30% spot at the time.
Yeah, I definitely ran the frenzy draughts without question, the corrupted ones.
However, I had more sustainability through the elixir rotation because of the HP on hit stuff and HP on crit. So, I came back, Darkseekers had changed,
Huge.
and I was like, what the shit? What the hell happened here? So I got kicked out, and then I just started grinding Highlands. And I put in about 70, 80 hours there. On between Valkyrie, Dracania, Guardian, and just ever so slightly now Seraph. So.
Well, when they brung out the new Darkseekers, they basically put out the Hunglum and the Golden Pig.
Mm-hmm.
So of course I technically split a lot of my time at Hunglum just because it was just easy to kill at and okay money per hour. And the XP wasn't bad there. But then it wasn't too long, and I don't know what the fuck I did. Can't remember what I did. Oh, I pushed my Sovereign up to Hex, and then I was able to skip a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I essentially had what you had at the time, which was like 10 Karazods.
Yeah.
And I was like, I guess I could push this up and I might be somewhere. And I got pretty lucky because there was like some event that went on that gave us a whole bunch of crowns. And yeah. I did a hard push. And it went.
That's good.
Yep, but here we are today. Many years later. Grinding one spot almost entirely.
Yep.
That's my only bitch right now, is I just wish that they made it more viable to want to go to the other spots to try to kill it.
Yep.
It's just that AP cap just destroys it.
Yep. At least at the 30 percentile, it was like, okay, we're actually going somewhere.
That's what I was about to say. 30%, that to me is acceptable. Like, It was acceptable because you felt it still. You still felt the when you upgraded stuff. You still felt when you did things.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
You don't.
can't tell.
Once you get to that specific spot, it's over. There is no difference between you grinding here and me grinding here.
No. That's the part that makes me a little sad. Just a little bit. It's not game ending.
But it is a dumb design choice when the whole point was to try to get people to expand out into the world.
Right.
And
Instead of keeping them at 1 or 2, maybe 3 spots at total.
but we gave you more spots to grind at in those because we made them towers. Sure. But that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is we want to be able to not be just I don't need to be like you need other options. Like Aetherion Castle should not be the only grind spot at this AP bracket to make this money.
No, it should not.
Orbita should not be that only AP bracket for that spot. Now, sure, is that what they're going to be doing with Valencia desert bullshit when they go back in time? Who knows? I'm very concerned for Heideldal at this point because it's like, what dumb shit are y'all going to end up trying to do this time? Because it feels like you're starting to reach for shit without thinking.
Well, I don't even want to talk about that, you know. The flipsy, floppy fucking buffs that they keep giving in classes.
That's fine. I don't give a shit about that. Just don't re-roll to them. The whole point is they need to be able to take those risks to see if it fixes the class. And then, okay, we fucking did it too much. But then why do we have a PTR? Well, the issue is there's not enough incentive to get people to go over to the PTR to go try that out, and you're not doing it long enough. Like, Elder Scrolls did months in advance, like a month in advance of PTR.
Hell, Narcissus does weeks in advance for their public testing.
And that would be acceptable. Like, but you gotta actually give the community a reason to go over there and do it.
And want to do it.
Yeah. Like, but when you're doing all these half-ass micro updates, then yeah, I can see why you're not wanting to leave it on the PTR for a month. But guess what? We could have figured out the Gathering one in a fucking week if that had been there.
Yeah.
Like, really figured it out going, no, this sucks.
Yeah, because the Gathering one, that still kind of pisses me off.
The farming one was not tested long enough. The farming shit was not tested long enough. That actually would have taken a week or two to figure out and gone, no, this is shit. This needs to be changed. Because you actually have to actively stay on. And that's the issue, too. You can't run both because the client thing will pick it up as a anti-cheat.
Yeah.
So you have to be able to let both run. So one needs to be, you know, you don't need the anti-cheat installed on the PTR, basically. So that can just run. Because then we could run both Black Deserts and be able to actually play it, like, for real.
While actually testing it.
Yes. So that you can actually go grind an hour in this new spot and see how the drop rates are. You know, and they want you to do that, but it's like, well, my account stops running because I can't play both.
Right. And our computers can definitely play more than one account at a time, I bet you.
Oh, especially if I'm able to send it to Trey. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Shit. I know that with the percentages that my computer using while running, yeah, I can easily run 3 accounts at once. With it just open and going. So I know that BDO doesn't necessarily take up a whole bunch of resources, but they need to allow people to have the global labs more open for longer. Or at least what's being tested there for longer.
Yes. And if you want to, crank out, weekly updates on dumb shit, great. But like, the class balancing stuff is fine. That can go out every week. Just don't complain about it, because that's how you're gonna have to make things stick. Because let's be real, that's where you're gonna get your real playtest. Because not everybody's gonna go play the PTR. So that's when you'll start getting opinions from other players and bigger events and, more just stuff at that point. Because that's where all the live shit happens from.
Yeah. I agree. It's just one of those things that does not make sense why they've been doing it like this. Like, I'm almost thinking it has something to do with the old devs leaving.
I mean, they've been doing global labs, though, for long before they've been doing the whatchamacallit? The Crimson Desert Grind. Like, they were doing that long before.
Right.
But I mean, for me, that's great. That's fine. We can see buffs and nerfs within a week. I would much rather have that than see a mentality like in some of these gacha games I played where, so Epic 7 had a rule, they would not nerf a character. So what does that mean? They will only...
anything good.
It only means they will buff characters. Now, have you ever played anything balanced and seen where that actually works out? No, because the issue is... The issue is, what happens is then the overpowered thing has to be... It becomes a power creep thing of overpowered thing's gonna take a new overpowered thing to beat it.
Yeah.
And with all the complaints about some of the mechanics and systems they introduced, really made some balance change designs terrible. And what that basically caused to happen was the balance got so skewed that it was literally just the flavor of the month to counter the last flavor of the month. That's how the game became. Which was a good sign, and it sounds good on paper, and hey, we're only gonna buff characters, so if something's behind, we'll bring it up. Well, when 90% of the game is behind, it's always a leapfrog of overpowered shit to overpowered shit to overpowered shit, and it never.
No fucking fun.
Yeah, no, and it got old very quickly. Especially in a game where the end game is the RTA PvP. And then it became only these, like, 10 units ever got played. Why? Because it was the top 15 overpowered shits of the time. And then it would take the next overpowered thing to counter it. But here's the dumb shit, is there was a ban system. So at a certain point, you could ban 2 characters per person. So, and that's still not enough to stop the overpowered shit. And because they...
No, that's like League.
Oh,
League
this
is the same way with that.
This is worse than League in that aspect. Because it's just 2 people. So, you can't ban everything, is the mentality there. And they favor, when they develop stuff, for speed cleavers. That's what they balance their game around, is speed cleavers. So, very fast, very high damaged units. To the point where we were showing this off a good bit, that without some, like, super crazy tech, a lot of the speed cleavers could not be beat by their native hard counter, which is turn 2. That's the hard counter to a speed cleaver. It's bulky, slow damage stuff, because the speed cleaver can't have HP. So you may not deal bukus of damage, but you can do enough to kill them. You couldn't kill another turn 2 player, but you could definitely be able to counter them with that. But they made them to where they were so high damaging units, they would burn through them. Because the way Epic 7 worked is they did a lot of, like, extra turn shit. A lot of extra turn shit. So these super fast units would now be able to take 2-3 turns before you could ever take 1. And, like, that's not how this is supposed to work. Like, there's no counter for it to stop the extra skill stuff. Because that was the issue. It wasn't the skills themselves. It was the fact that they could freely take these extra skills. Because the kit was just baked in with extra turn and extra turn and extra turn. And turn 2 does not get a bunch of extra turn shit. So if you survive it, you don't get to do that same kind of sauce back to them.
Okay.
And it was just an imbalance. So the way it goes is you've basically got 3 schools of thought when it comes to most, you know, when you basically look at the trinity, so to speak, of damage and stuff. So let's look at the circle. So it is cleave beats control. And control is basically your CC debuff teams, okay?
Okay.
So cleave is meant to beat them. Go in very fast and be faster than them, because they've got to have effectiveness in order to be able to get their debuffs to hit right away. So they're not gonna be as fast as the one who can just go raw damage.
It almost sounds like little minions that follow you, or something.
No, so basically control is just things like burns, it's poisons, stuns.
The character
Huh?
that you're running? The spec of the character that you're running?
Yes, the type of character. So control is basically all these debuffs thrown together. All right. So cleavers, so high DPS units, and fast units go in, and they're the ones to do that because they're just gonna obliterate them. Now, who beats
the cleaver name? Okay.
And then cleaver is countered by turn 2. Turn 2 can beat them because they're supposed to be able to survive the opening hits from them. They have enough HP baked into them that you won't be able to one-shot them, and because you have so little health, they'll be able to tank you down once you blow your big skill, trying to kill them. Now, who beats turn 2 is control units, because you're going to be baked into trying to get enough damage, so you'll be going in, you'll be trying to get not only your defense up, you're going to be getting your HP up, but you're also going to get your crit and your crit damage up, and any remaining speed. So you're going to have very little time for ER, your effective resistance, which allows the debuff teams to fuck you up, because they're going to keep you controlled the whole time, because you can't get through it. That's the circle of life, but that's not how they balanced their game. That's the real circle of life, and I argued this with many of those fucking retard RTA guys that were like, that's not how it works. I'm like, that is actually how it works. That is the real circle of life. That is actual balance. Now, this is where things got out of hand for Epic 7 specifically. debuffs could be just as fast as turn 2s. Or not as turn 2s, as cleavers. So you could control a cleaver. The fuck?
Seriously?
Yep. Because they made so many of them those top 3 astrological signs that had the highest speeds. So there was one, the one that everybody hated, I think out of most all of them, her name was Conqueror Lilius. She was a Moonlight unit, so she was a light warrior. If she would have been, so a warrior's normally not a opening unit, but they gave her one of the fastest astrological signs in the game. And then, because of how her kit worked, she had a guaranteed land of a debuff in her kit, which would really fuck you up. And it was AoE. So all you had to do is build her faster. And now you have this unit that is beating speed units, these speed cleave units, that can control you. So she became a must-ban unit if you were speed cleaving. Unless you were using the tech against them. Which was totally plausible. And then they kept doing... Then they made another one that wasn't a Moonlight. And that's the one that really sent a lot of people off. And of course, the cleavers were like, fuck yeah! Because this guy ruined turn 2. His name was Ran. Or Ren. And, his whole thing was he was an assassin who could AoE defense break everything guaranteed.
It sounds like a cleave action or a cleave type of unit.
Except the defense break's a debuff. This is a specific debuff that would strip your defense, and it would allow anything he stripped basically. So here, the skill, it was more, slightly a little more to it. So his skills had, in this kit, so he could buff all your characters on the first turn. So he was a multi-turn unit. So he would be able to take 2 turns in a row. He would crit buff all of your team. And then, when he does his AoE skill, it is going to, 1, remove 2 buffs from your character. So, if you had immunity and, let's say, a crit buff already baked into your turn 2 stuff, he's going to remove the immunity because it's going to strip first, and then remove the immunity. So now you can strip the immunity, and then he's going to apply a defense break to you, and then the next unit that comes through was an AoE cleaver. And they would just one-shot everything, because everything was defense broken at that point.
Correct.
So he was a very annoying, unbalanced thing that's basically stayed meta for the cleavers forever. Then they got into the multi-turn shit, where almost every unit started getting multi-turn shit. So it was kind of like Ren, but it was, the first skill's gonna strip, all buffs from a character, then it's gonna apply this, then it'll take the next turn skill that now will potentially proc this, that will do that. And it was just, and then there's the potential chance of it could trigger this. Oh, but you can't be counterattacked. And then that was like...
Oh, you aren't lying about that power creep then.
Oh yeah, no, it got worse. Like, I mean, it... So, one of the ways I used to counter cleavers was counter sets. Now, they also called me the Gamba, to where I would be willing to Gamba away on that 30% of the counterattack. But believe it or not, it happened more often than people thought. Because you gotta think, every time you get attacked, there's a 30% chance you're gonna counterattack. And they're so lightweight, they're so light in their HP that my counterattacks could kill them. There's actually a clip in my, still on Twitch, called Full Counter, ! Full Counter. And it's from one of my RTA matches where I had, I believe it was Archdemon Mercedes was on counter and my Luna was on counter. Normally, Strays was a death sentence for several of my characters because Strays had a special AoE cleave skill that would one-shot the highest HP unit. Just period. If he had more attack than you had HP, which was near guaranteed with an attack buff, or higher attack than you, or I can't remember exactly what the word was. Either way, it would 100% strip your defense, so there would be 0 defense, and his skill would it would multiply the damage of your HP. So if you had a 20,000 HP unit, Thanos snap it. It was gone. Well, I had a tech that I would carry where I carried a unit that would look different. I actually had I think it was Senya, was built to have more HP and more attack because she was a weird unit that you could actually get, like, with greater ass beating on her. You could get, what was it? 14,000 attack on her. So I would take her. Yeah, it was huge. So what I would do is I would take the Senya. She would have the highest attack, and she would have the
Counter-strike.
And no.
Or counter-attack.
No, it's even better. She'd have the highest HP, the highest attack, and she had a counter set on her. So what would happen would be is he would underestimate her, thinking she's just a tanky unit that I'm trying to sacrifice, not realizing she has more attack than he does. So now his skill's not going to 100% hit. He will not be able to strip the defense. He's going to have to hit me for full defense. So what happened on that attack was he goes in, he does his Brain Dead Strays cleave. My Archdemon Mercedes survives. She's got a artifact on her that will allow her to strip a buff from her skill.
Enemy team.
Yes, when she attacks, and she's an AoE unit. So what does she do? She strips his immunity, or his immortality, because when he uses that skill, he cannot be killed after using it. So she strips that from him, and then my Luna comes in and fucking Hakai's him with her S1, blows him up, and the guy's like, what the fuck? I think he ends up quitting is what he ended up doing, because after that he knew he was fucked, because his tech didn't work. And I ended up winning the match because he underestimated my Senya being the highest attack, where he thought the Mercedes or the Luna was going to be the highest attack unit. No, I specifically had built that Senya to do both.
To be ridiculous.
Yeah, because basically by her being the highest attack voids the attack of all my other characters, so they're not going to register that. And then because she was the highest HP unit, it forced him to use her as the calculation.
Which one did she have a lot more without doing any of the HP?
She had, yeah, HP and attack. Because she came native right out. I think I had it to where she would spawn with greater ass beating, which is greater attack buff. So as long as she had that buff, she was going to have more attack than anybody on my team. And also beat his attack. Because most Strays were run, because this was the good news is by having several friends be those cleavers, you could take their gear and you could see kind of who the average was. And the average Strays was like 4,200 attack total. Give him an attack buff as an extra 50%, he'll be sitting around 5,000 attack. I built the Senya to be native as long as if she didn't get the greater ass beating buff to sit around 8,000 attack and still have more HP than all my other units because I just put pure attack and pure HP on her.
That was it. She was slow as shit. She would never take a turn. But I built it on a counter set so she could, if she did get attacked, and she countered, she would get her. She would get the greater. She would get the greater ass beating buff. Because I think it was on counter, Senya could get greater attack in her passive. I mean, it was a bunch of weird shit like that.
I know on Raid Legends with that same kind of Counter-Strike setup. Yeah, that shit was absolutely overpowered every time.
And there was a lot of times though I didn't get it.
Huh?
I said there was a lot of times I didn't get it when I needed it.
So it's like every round it gives you a random buff? Is that what I'm hearing?
No. So there was a lot of times where I wouldn't get the counter attack off, and I would just get fucked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, there was definitely times where I did not get the counter when I needed it.
Like in the match or whatever.
And then they started doing this too. This is where I started getting really frustrated. They started making several units with cannot be counterattacked baked into their kit.
What?
Yep. Either it was normally baked into one of the most critical skills, cannot be counterattacked, or will not trigger a counterattack. Extra attack.
What kind of bullshit is that? What kind of fucking update would have that been? I would have been like, yeah, I'm done playing.
It was towards the end where they started adding. So they did that to Strays eventually. And I'm sure it's because somebody showed him my video at one point. No, because he literally got to where that S3 skill could not be counterattacked. Or extra, it could not trip passives, it couldn't trip anything. It could just be used freely, and it's like, you're catering to these guys too much.
Yeah, you broke the fucking game. By catering.
And you shouldn't. It should be anything goes. But it's because a lot of these Korean fuckheads are very, very, very into cleaving. They want to go fast. They don't want to take long matches. They want to be in and out. So they're going to cater to the cleave mentality.
And apparently they bitch a lot too.
Actually, no, that's more North America.
Really?
Yep. Most of the complaints came from...
like they be bitching.
Nope. North America is all for, think about America. They're all for as fast as fuck as possible and as much damage as possible. America, fuck yeah.
True.
That is literally them in a nutshell.
You aren't wrong.
And, you would, believe it or not, the times where the biggest information came across in Epic 7 was once the Koreans finally saying, we'll boycott the game, we're going to start deleting our accounts. To get things changed. And they did that once. Several of the high-end spenders ended up deleting their accounts. And never came back at one update. And they finally learned when they lost a lot of money from them doing it. Because once the Koreans boycott it, then you've got it. But according to what I've been told, is the Koreans they have limited time. They want to get in, they want to get out. They don't want to be sit there and held hostage, is the way they describe it. So therefore, they are going to play the fastest turn possible stuff because they want to get in and out. They don't want to sit there for 10 minutes getting slowly whittled down.
Right, they want to end the match as quickly as possible.
Yep, where I'm all like, I will get popcorn, fucking pop a movie, and we'll see this thing end in 20 minutes.
Because chess.
Yeah. So...
I mean, typically, you know, it may be counter to what you're saying, but typically that's kind of how us Americans are. I mean, most of the time we either will take the approach of get it done quick as possible or do the opposite.
Nope, most of them were turn two or cleavers. Most of them were cleavers.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah,
it's very strange considering how much Americans don't usually follow that same path.
But they did, especially with this. Especially in gacha games, I've noticed that.
so strange.
They want the fast, and it's like, so that's where, like, I'm looking at my mobile game stuff. Like, if I get into making one, I am not putting the speed stat in it. If I do, it is a stat that cannot be upgraded. Or one of the other issues is the speed set in the game gave too much to the user. So the speed set came with no cost. And the cost basically was you could build all the stats on it pretty balanced and still get, you know, a lot of speed. And the issue was you shouldn't be able to get everything. You should be able to get just the speed on that set. And so it means you're going to have to sacrifice damage for speed. But they could get both. Because, again, they designed the astrological signs in Epic 7 to determine the speed and everything of the character. So you knew if you saw an Ares assassin, it's going to be fucking the fastest unit in the game. They're all going to have roughly the same speed. So you'll get them up there in that 320, 330 speed range. And they'll be able to take 2 turns before a turn 2 could take 1. Because of how the speed RNG, or how the speed combat readiness bar works.
Yeah, in most turn-taking games like that, if they had a speed stat or a quickness stat, usually it meant them taking their turn first if they had a lot of it.
Yes, which is fine. That's how it should go. If you're faster, you should go. But then you're dealing with pushbacks because then they have that mechanic in there where you can push them back. Yeah, so fast units that are able to push back stuff. They finally released one character at some point who would auto-lap them. There was a turn 2 character at some point that would that they released. It was after I quit, that would jump the fastest unit if you had him in the team. So they would take their turn first.
Okay,
and you could interrupt.
You know, and
but then that was getting banned. You know that was getting banned.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to let that unit through.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is, like, okay, so, like, in Raid Legends, really normal turn-picking kind of game, right?
Yep.
There's no way for you to build a specific set of armor or a set of gear that max out that kind of stat along with a couple of other stats. No, it'll only max out maybe one stat. So you'd have to sacrifice a lot.
That's the issue, is so all the other sets, so it was, I think, 25% speed is what the speed set gave. So a 4-piece set would give you 25% speed. So now if you focused every set with average speed rolls, you were looking at easily a 2... Huh?
Was it 6 pieces or
Yes.
just 4 pieces?
6.
Okay.
6 pieces total,
Yeah,
but you're gonna get 6 pieces total, but the set was 4.
Yeah, that's usual. Like in Raid, for instance, it would have either a 4-piece set or a 2-piece set.
Yep.
And in theory, you could have, you know, a whole bunch of the 2-piece sets on.
Yep. I played
Or you
Raid
could
for a
just have
while.
1 4 and 1 2.
Raid is the most memed on gacha game out there.
Well, I was just giving an example.
Yeah.
It
That's the
seems
one that
similar to
everyone has done a sponsored stream of at one point or another.
Oh, I know. I mean, I played it when it came out. I haven't played it in years. I was just, like, you know, giving an example because it seems similar to that. It's
similar-ish. The dumbest shit, though, that we had to deal with was souls. And so souls were allowing you to do extra mechanics to your skills. And mages had an artifact that gave them enough to do a soul burn. which would allow them to burn X souls per time. And for a while, there was things that would grant you an extra turn every time you burn souls. So guess what? They bring in, if they bring in 6 mages in their team, and you're gonna be able to pick 4 of them, means you're gonna ban 2 mages. They're still gonna have 4 books. So that means they're gonna have 8 souls, and you know what they're doing when they do that. The only counter to it, was a Moonlight unit called Bellion. And she stopped the use of souls, period. Guess what you couldn't get through? Bellion. Because they're going to either pre-ban it or post-ban it if it comes through. And that was probably one of the more annoying things. Is because when you get, like, a book burner, no. As soon as you see somebody drop 4 or 5 mages in a row, you know exactly what they're doing. You can see this lined up a mile away. They're going to book burn, book burn, book burn, book burn. And it's just like, good lord, no. This isn't skill, this is wheelchair. You're just hoping I will let you do this. Like, you're hoping I am stupid enough to not know what's about to happen.
Pure opium.
My thing was, as I said, they needed to bring, they needed at least 3 Bellions to exist in the game to stop souls, and they never have done that. To where, because here's the issue with all the pre-bans, the 2 pre-bans and the 2 in the single ban afterwards, you have to make them block something. Now, obviously, in that case, it would always still be Bellion. Bellion would still be the ban for them. But you have to get enough turn to book burning text to stop them. And that was one of the few things they abused.
Of course.
There was a few of those retards that floated around. You'd see them once every, like, 20, 30 matches. You'd see somebody there who would drop 6 mages, and you're like... Or, like, 5 mages and an assassin. An assassin is usually a buffer. And you're like, I see this from a mile away. What you're trying to do here.
Yeah, you usually can tell as soon as somebody puts something on the screen, you'd be like, you motherfucker.
Yep. You could tell pretty quickly. My thing that would fuck a lot of people up and they would never know how to handle it is I would always go Ruel and Doris back to back as my 1 and 2 picks, and the amount of confusion that the people would sit there and kind of just stare at my screen for a minute going, huh? So Doris was it was 2 healers back to back, and normally this was a thing you shouldn't quote unquote do. So Ruel was a reviver, and Doris was a disgustingly tanky healer. And she was a 3-star unit out of the 5 stars. So it's like, you know, she's a unit that you just kind of never really used. But she also had some tech in her that was secret sauce if you weren't paying attention to it. And that was, she took less damage from dark units. And that's what a lot of those cleave units were.
Dark units.
Yep. So what I would do is I would bring Ruel and Doris. So now I've got these 2 healers. And then I would pick my last 3 would be my DPS carries that are going to be to fight their tech. And we, 90% of the time they would let both Doris and, because they would rather sit there and have Doris and Ruel. They do no damage. They're like, I just got to kill 2 damage dealers. Except Doris gives a DP buff. Except Ruel heals every time she counters. They were both on counter sets. So they would heal every time they countered. And then I was always bringing really tanky shit behind it. Doris also had a CR push that people didn't know about. She had a CR push in one of her skills, so I could push my unit up to the front of the line once she got to take a turn. And it was the main heal. So I could heal my unit back up to full. Also, they would have a DP buff and an HP healing buff. Ruel would heal and then had an immortality revive. Plus, I could put up a barrier. I basically created a you're stuck with me team.
Yeah. You're stuck in here with me type of team.
Mm-hmm. And I would try to take, normally it was, I think my go-to was I would use my, Luna on counterattack because she had if she lost 50% of her HP, she would gain, an attack buff. And then, because the artifact I had, she got tankier if she lost 50% of her health. So she was much stronger by being half health. And then she was on counter, so she would blow people up. And then normally I would look for using either my Archdemon Mercedes, Senya. Who else did I have on that? Kind of like go fuck me. Root. Ilyanov, I'd use some. ML Ken's kind of stopped working after a while because people were getting too much ER or effectiveness that my ER couldn't keep up with it. Let's see, who else would I have built? I have to go look. This was before I had Dark Corvus, so this was all like pre-Dark Corvus tech. Which that was also a fun time to take into RTA because people underestimated him because one of the main content creators for Epic 7 started running a rumor around about how I was griefing the game, trying to hurt new players, and he's the reason why I didn't get a Twitch partner, was because my viewership started dropping the day after he started. Him and a few other content creators started spreading shit around about what I was doing. I lost in 3 weeks 60% of my viewership. By a month and a half later, I was down to 15, 20 people watching my stream a day from them. But anyway, he had been out there talking about how bad Dark Corvus was for an RTA unit. So, naturally, when I took him out, people let him through. People were expecting Dark Corvus. So there was a set called Revenge. And Revenge set was and I had to end up building a mathematical calculator for this, like a spreadsheet to actually calculate this. So
yeah, because some of them armor sets, when they have certain percentages or skills and things and feats that they allow, you definitely have to have that.
So the issue is the only way you could get this information was through data mining it. Thankfully, somebody had data mined the information, so we knew the formula of how Revenge worked. So I put the formula into a spreadsheet, and it would tell you what the speed of the unit was. Well, there was also an artifact that happened to be for warriors called El's Fist. El's Fist would also speed your character up per HP lost.
Okay.
So I ended up figuring out, based on my Dark Corvus and the speed that I started him at, I was able to, if you took him down to 1% HP, I could get him up to like 420 speed, which is ridiculous. It's faster than the fastest cleave unit. But obviously you're not going to ever get 1% HP, okay? That's like fucking unrealistic. But with El's Fist, anywhere between 50 and 75% of his HP, so basically the average cleave opener on him, he would be about 350 speed.
Whoa.
He was a fast boy. He would start slow.
Like almost hard cap.
Yeah, basically if you ran full speed set. So here's the cool thing about Dark Corvus. For every HP he loses, he gains damage when he does get to use his S3. Ooh. He's got a very weak S1. It takes 7 turns to spool this thing up. But guess what? Every time you get hit, adds a notch on his thing. Guess what they're trying to kill first? Dark Corvus. Because they see this big tanky unit. They want to get him out of here quick. They don't want him to actually be able to go off. Oh, and guess what? If he uses his S3, he's going to extinct the unit. They can't revive him. So if they've got any revive tech, he's going to kill them permanently.
Wow.
So, because here's the thing. Openers have multiple, these multiple turn... remember me talking about all these multiple turn openers?
Yeah.
Guess what? I go and I can almost get him turn 1 to have that buff. So, where he's going to get his S3 on turn 1. They go through, they beat the shit out of him with all their AoE shit, and then I just come through and I'm going, and you're dead? And now they have to wait for another cycle of turns, and I'm going, and you're dead? Wait through another cycle of turns. Oh, and you're dead. And then they finally quit out when it comes down to the last unit. They're like, all right, fuck it. I'm not killing him. Because he also restores his HP every time you... Dark Corvus is broken. Like, absolutely broken. And I don't know why these RTA nerds never fucking got their heads out of their asses to see this. Because here's Dark Corvus's kit just laid out in like a bullet point. Okay? Pure damage based on HP. Meaning, only HP stat is going to determine it. Crit damage does not matter. Crit rate does not matter.
I love them kind of characters.
Yep, okay. He's got Extinction. He's got HP on hit. He's got a taunt, so if you hit him, or if he hits you, he can taunt you, and now he's going to force you to hit him. He's got a HP recovery on his skill 3, so he can restore his health basically back to full on that. His S3 also penetrates all defense. It ignores defense. So you're going to hit them for pure HP value.
So basically you're going to be trying to build for HP percentage or HP points whenever you're looking at any of the gear.
So no. For him, I had a very specific set of tech. And this is what made my Dark Corvus better than 99% of the Dark Corvuses ever built. Because people would naturally want to go, I'm going to put him on a speed set. Wrong.
I was thinking HP set.
No,
Because,
you want the
well,
revenge
all
set.
the HP.
So, for every
okay, yeah.
HP lost, he gains speed. So I speed tuned mine through a program back when that was legally allowed to be used in Epic 7 called Fribbles. I had farmed revenge gear for fucking months. And what I ended up doing is I created a Dark Corvus that was 200 speed starting speed. That was my idea, because I was using the speed calculator that I wanted him at 50% to be, with L's Fist, to be around 320 speed. So that he would be able to cut in front of almost everybody once they funneled him down.
Yep.
So...
Yeah, he would take his first. He would take his turn before anybody else, regardless.
Well, so the opener would get to take his turn. You'd get a couple turns off, because they got to get him down fast enough. You got to get him low enough in HP before he actually can cut. So the idea was, with the revenge set, you've got that stat lingering behind. Then you've got the... because of how the revenge set worked, we wanted a bunch of HP, but we didn't want too much HP. We wanted to get him... We were trying to flirt with death. Because we want to get him lower. But we don't want to make sure he gets one-shot by some of these HP killers. So what I did was, I put more defense into him than what you would assume. You'd think you'd go pure HP on him, because you're thinking, oh yeah, we want him to be doing as much damage as possible. The average cleaver had less than 12,000 HP. On the damage calculator, I checked the average DPS, the average defense and average HP of the units for cleavers, and I made sure he could one-shot them no matter what. Then I wanted speed, because I wanted to get enough speed in there to be able to you know, get him to take a turn. So all I had to do was focus in on, all I had to focus on was the HP stat after I got the speed. And it was great. They had no idea that was coming. And then I also did that. Then I also had a Revenge Doris. I had 2 Dorises built, which was fucking hilarious. I had a counter Doris, and I had a Revenge Doris. The Revenge Doris ended up saving my ass more than the counter Doris. The issue is you had to know which one you had to know the combat power of the unit because you couldn't tell the set. So I could look up. I was one of the few people that you would ever see who had 2 Dorises and 2 Ruels. And I could pick based on what I was fighting, which Doris and which Ruel I was going to use. Was I going to use my Revenge Doris and Ruel, or was I going to use my counter Doris and Ruel?
Why did you have many of the same unit, though?
Because Epic 7 allowed you to build multiple sets, and RTA specifically, once you enter the thing, you can't change your sets of the units. So once you start the process, you can't change. So I could look at their combat powers, and I could tell you which one was which.
Does that mean you had multiples of the... You had to actually loot multiples of the same unit?
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense then. I was like, huh?
Yep. I looted multiples of them, and
Okay, that makes sense.
actually I think I ended up getting one of my Ruels for free. I think is what ended up happening. Which works. Doris was a 2-star unit, so you just had to keep summoning normal summons every time she had a chance to show up. So, I mean, it didn't take me long to get 2 fully maxed out Dorises.
It doesn't sound like it, because if it's just a 2-star and you said there's 5 stars...
Yes. So,
that'd be
or
like
wait,
a
no,
normal
she was a
summon
no,
or
she was a
whatever.
3-star. She was a 3-star. Because 2
So it's
stars
not
were the
necessarily
mobs.
a normal summon.
Because so the character, so there was 2, 3, and 4-star units, or 5-star and 5-star units. So the 3 stars were the quote unquote trash, the trash human NPCs or human playable characters. They were units. The 2 stars were animals. I forgot. The 2 stars were animals in that. So those were your fodder to level up stuff.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The 4 stars were were a little bit harder to get a hold of. And then
Summoning scrolls.
well, no, they showed up as they were kind of the debate because they would spark the gold thing, so you knew you were getting at least a 4-star, which was annoying. And then you had your 5 stars. Which were a bigger, more vibrant spark. And then the Moonlight sparked purple of the same thing. So if you got a Moonlight, it would spark purple. And glittery if you got them.
And those units would be absolutely fucking banging.
Moonlights were definitely majority of what people played. You can thank that to Summoner's War, because in Summoner's War, you basically played Moonlights only. However, in Epic 7, most of the characters I played...
Or I played Summoner's War.
Most of the characters I used in Epic 7 were RGB units. Just to prove a point. Now, obviously, Dark Corvus was a dark unit. Ruel was a light unit. Doris was a light unit. But a lot of
Summoner's War.
But a lot of my like go-to tech was RGB. Because I was so sick of people saying that was the only way, you know, you can only use these units and you can only do this. I'm like, no.
No.
There's dumb.
I mean, that's just like in Summoner's War, you know, a lot of people fucking ran like homunculus and shit like that, but there's things that you could use that absolutely could beat those fucking things, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know, because I wasn't too bad, but my fucking account got hacked like fucking 3 times, so I lost my account and made a new one 3 fucking separate different times of that fucking game.
Damn.
And the first time I actually spent money on, so I was pretty pissed about that fucking game.
Oh, I would be too.
And they never fixed it for me. They never tried to make things amend. They never, nah.
Yeah, they don't, because they think if you say your account got hacked, they're looking at it as no, you actually sold your account. You're trying to get it back,
And there was a lot of that in that game. That's a problem.
yeah, I mean they did that in Epic 7 too. I wish I would have sold my account, but I couldn't. Mine was attached to my Facebook account at the time, so I couldn't unlock it. And if I'd have sold it at its peak, I could have probably pulled 20 grand off of it.
That would have been nice.
Yep. Black Desert account at its prime, quote unquote, before things got too wacky, like back when I was the 0.0001% of the game, I could have got about 45,000 on my account for just selling value. Not what I spent, but, you know, selling value.
Damn.
Yeah, I had a lot of value in Cronstones. Just sitting. And costumes.
Yeah, you're talking BDO now. Yeah,
Yep.
I can't even imagine how much my account's worth.
How does one go about selling their BDO account? It will require a third-party third-party website. You basically list it like a home. You gotta basically show off all the stuff you've got, your inventories of stuff, rough account values. It's based off of gear, but I mean, you gotta think. You have these people over there, like, you think your shit's worth a lot? It's not. Like, people can go out and go buy an account that's equal to mine, yours. It's anybody's. You know, basically we're all we are. You can go now get an account for maybe $200 in this because there's been so many, so many like overseas accounts that go in and they farm these accounts up, multi-boxing them.
Yeah.
So they're able to take the RNG accounts and sell them off. And basically somebody comes through, they go to the site, they say, hey, I'm interested in your account, I'd like to buy it. You give them the username and password, they log in, and now it's their account. They're gonna
and
change.
All they have to do is use the rename things, and they can rename every character.
Yep. And the family name.
Oh yeah, and the family name. Yep.
A lot of them were offering free the scroll already bought on there. For the family name.
So speaking of selling characters, so back in the day, there was a game I played called Dark Age Camelot. People would pay $50 to $100 for a level 50 character with realm rank 3 and master level 10. I could tell you how fast I could get that up to there and have it sold, because you can transfer characters from one account to another.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh
I was a
shit.
Dragon Knight
And-
Minstrel. You could 1v1 anyone buffed with a buffed Frost Stallion in Dark Age of Camelot. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, I could 1v1. Well, I could 1vx anyone with my hero or my Blade Master. So I had a realm rank 10 Blade Master and hero back in like 2002, 2003. So yeah, we were pushing off characters like every couple of hours.
So
Because
I
I
do
could-
know
I could
somebody
level-
who did buy an account in BDO. and I can tell you how bad it went. So I had a friend.
Dragon Knight Minstrel, yeah. Minstrels were badass, dude.
He
So badass.
he bought the account and it was his, and he got to use it and play on it. Then one day, he tries to log in, and the account says, you know, whatever it popped up saying, you can't get on this account. It has been banned.
Yep.
Or no.
Dark Age didn't give a fuck.
No. Hold on. It was not that he got banned. It had been password had been changed on it, and he had quit. And what they had done was they had reclaimed that the account was stolen.
Yeah.
And so they went through the verified checks and all this stuff, and when the guy logged on, I absolutely blasted his ass out saying, "You are a fucking piece of shit." The dude ended up talking to me for about 30-40 minutes in the game, and he said he never sold his account. According to this is his story, he never sold the account. He said it was this was originally you know, an account he played, spent, you know, maybe $100 on, and which was true. I mean, the account didn't have shit on it when he had gotten it, and he claimed that the account had gotten stolen and hacked from him, and they had just when he tried to create a new one, that said that the email was still in use, and he ended up getting the account permanently banned because he said he wasn't even going to give it back to my friend. He wasn't even going to give it back to my friend. He just said, nope, I'm just going to delete the account, period, at this point.
Wow.
Because he said once he found out how long he'd been playing it, and he realized by looking at it, he's like, yeah, no, this was definitely some time. I'm like, yeah, we spent a lot of time on it. He spent a lot of money on it, too. He probably put maybe $500, $1,000 into it. And that's one of the reasons why he won't really play BDO anymore either.
All right, now ask 6L. Ask him how much it would have costed to run Daok for at least one account for a year, because it was a subscription game. I think it was like, what, $15 a month?
I'm not sure.
So
I don't really remember Dark Age.
But you could pay in 1 month a year, or you could pay in 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and a year, I think.
It's playing 2 accounts, buff bot. Jeez.
Yeah. Most people would have 2 accounts. We had 13 accounts.
Jesus.
Me, my uncle, my dad, and my cousin. We had, between us 4, we had 13 accounts that we used. We had a whole housing subdivision to ourselves.
Damn.
Because that's how like ridiculous we was about it.
Y'all are something extra.
We was going extra, dude. We basically actually almost ran like a whole server on the Hibernian side for the longest of time. I barely couldn't even remember what our fucking guild name was. But yeah, we used to run that shit. Shit was funny. We'd run the big Zergs for doing the mastery level raids, and then we'd do the big Zergs for doing the artifact raids back in the day. And every now and then we'd run defense out in the Frontiers. And the Frontiers was fun, wasn't it, 6L? That was real PvP. I had me a realm rank 9. What the hell was the realm rank 9? Nightshade. That's what he was. Nightshade. I had a realm rank 9 Lurking Nightshade. That was really fun. I spent most of my time solo out there on that bug.
Damn.
And you best believe I sat on bridges, waited for whole groups to come by, and I would kill somebody passing by me. And then I'd go jump off the bridge, watch them try to chase me, and I'd go stealth again.
Damn.
Yeah, because you had a minstrel. You were on a minstrel, bro. You were like the best, like one of the best classes out there. Like it may not seem like it, but they were pretty good. Like if you spec the minstrel just right, you could take on anybody. Me and my Uncle Brian, we took on a group. Whole groups. With just a minstrel, and I think I played a friar. And every now and then I'd play like a...
So
I was
here's the
playing,
thing.
Reaver.
If this was such a revolutionary game, then why hasn't they made like a new modern version of Dark Age?
They were going to. That's the problem. The problem was is that EA bought a lot of that stuff up and then split some of that stuff up, and then Mythic themselves. Yeah. We'll
Damn.
just say that, yeah.
That sucks.
And they were going to. That's the problem. They were going to, but when EA took it over,
EA does
they
EA shit.
destroyed it. We blame EA for that.
They released Camel.
I'm not too sure. I am not too sure. I'm not too sure about the Camelot Unchained, or Dayak 2. They actually, the Mythic, the people who made Dayak, the main people who actually made Dark Age Camelot, went to Knights of the Old Republic. They were the main developers for that.
Okay.
So they got moved all the fuck around, and it totally fucked any possibility of the actual next game or possible next game of coming out.
Alright, that's actually kind of terrible. So basically they chopped up the studios too much, and they took the developers. Basically they tried to make the IP a bunch of IPs.
Yeah, EA. Traditional EA.
I mean, they can't do anything complete. Everything's got to have a DLC or some expansion to it.
Yep, EA. And now, don't get me wrong. Mythic Entertainment, you did have to buy the expansions and shit like that, but over time, you only had to buy the last expansion. You didn't have to buy all of them. Unless you're like a person like, you know, me and my family, like we actually grew up going from classic all the way up to, you know, I don't know what the last one was.
I mean, I get what you're saying, though. More, it's like, but the joke is like, they can't even actually release a solid game without having it all locked behind DLC and shit. Because
Right.
EA's fucking EA.
Yeah, EA did that with Star Wars of the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic.
If you had a
Yeah,
pet, it took 50% of your XP or realm points.
Oh man, that's the thing. Is like you'd never really think about it, but what was that? What did he get?
If you had a pet,
If you
it
had
took
a pet,
50% of your
it took
XP or realm points.
Really? I never really noticed. Never really noticed. Never really noticed. Either that or I was killing too much to care. Not to care. Because In that game, you could pull massive groups of shit. Like, massive groups of shit with, like, one character if you're good enough. Like, depending on the pet class. One of the best pet classes was the, what was that one? Fuck. Eventually I'll remember that bastard. He was on the outside, and, wasn't the wizard. It was the dude who changes into the night dude.
It's usually a
That's fucking... Yeah, Necro. Yeah, the Necro. Yeah, because the Necro changed into... He was like one of the strongest classes. He was ungodly because basically his stats added to the fucking pet stats. And it made it... Oh my god. You could basically pull the whole map of shit with that motherfucker if you did it right.
damn.
Yeah. With a Necro, yeah. Yeah, we eventually figured out that you could take one Necro and the buff bot and the heal bot and be straight and just take on the whole game. It was fucking hilarious.
Damn.
But believe it or not, things were balanced. There was things that, even though it may seem unbalanced in those cases, believe it or not, PvP was somewhat balanced. And because of the way that PvP worked, you could make your character pretty super unique with how the way that the caps work, because there was soft caps and hard caps on your stats. And you could craft your gear to make it extremely perfect. Crafting in that game was nice. It was very nice.
Okay.
Especially when it came to the spell crafting. Because you can spell craft particular type of bonuses and then put those spells like into armor or weapons. And then you take a spellcraft calculator and do the sum of the things and try to get your character as close to cap as possible. Yeah, we'll just say that it was a good time. If you did it right, any class was good.
Gotcha.
And that's the messed up part, you know. So PvP, that's why we always bring up Dayak as being really good for PvP, because it felt good when you're doing things. It felt good because, you know, there was just so much people doing it, and that was technically the actual end game.
Yeah.
You know, it's fun. You get to go out there to the castles and break down walls and climb walls as a nightshade or a ranger type person, stealthy classes. Those are good times, man. You had the Holy Trinity. Oh man. If you're a shield class, you can do this thing called protect or defend.
Mm-hmm.
And you can like defend one person in your team, like where you would actually block for them or evade for them if they were close enough to you.
Yeah.
So it was actually really, really nice. And you can team up with anybody and get EXP and stuff from anyone. Actual wanting to be in a team game.
You mean MMOs aren't supposed to be solo games, solo player games?
Yeah, right. Yes, for me, when I went to BDO, that was kind of the bigger shock to me.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Guild mission. Start up one more. Either push the tank or the
Push
healer.
the tank, yeah. The Depper was a win skill that you could basically unlock through Realm Ring. And you basically can click that skill and it'll push a motherfucker away.
Smart.
Yep. And there was a bunch of crazy tactics. Like, as a minstrel, he could basically he has this skill called group mesmerization, or AoE mesmerization. And he can also single tap or single cast mesmerization, and I think he even had an instant mesmerization that you can just click, and that motherfucker was instantly just stood there until he got tapped again. For what, 3 minutes or whatever? There was classes on each side that had that. At least easily 2 classes per side that had that. But as a minstrel, he was just epically good. Like if you're good enough, you could take on a whole group as yourself. You could just keep coming back and mesmerize the whole group. Just run up, mesmerize them, pluck them off. It was hilarious.
You recharm it? That sounds disgusting. That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, so if like for instance, like if he was running with just another player, like he could easily take out, like I said, whole zergs of people if you're good enough. And that was the fucked up part, because not everybody was that good at playing their class.
Yep.
So even though it was tab and targeting, and clicking 1 through 10, your numbers on your thing. It was just, there was a lot of reactives and other things that you can actually, it felt good when you're fighting too. Because you would get a block and then you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna click the block skill. And after he got the block, and it would hurry up and smack him back with a block skill. Or you would see a parry and then you'd be like, fuck, I'm gonna hit that parry skill real quick. Get a stun on him and hopefully I get the kill.
Interesting.
And you can end a fight in less than a couple seconds. If a player was good enough, you can end the fight in a couple seconds, regardless. Yes, it felt bad, but at the same time,
Skill diff.
yeah, that's what I was saying. At the same time, you're still gonna gain something. That's the thing, is that you gained something for killing other players. You actually gained something for killing other players, regardless what you're doing. If you're killing a player, oh, you're gonna be gaining EXP, possibly silver, and realm rank points. And each time you went up a realm rank, that shit felt different. See, he knows. Animists were fucking crazy. Animists were crazy, so you could basically pop a whole bunch of pets. You could have... Animus complained?
Because their whole tactic was to insta-snipe a person as soon as they got into the line of sight. Okay. I could control my pet to go through the castle walls and kill them. That's funny.
Yeah, the Animus. So you could basically... Animus can spawn basically an unlimited... Essentially almost an unlimited amount of pets, one might say. And you're absolutely able to spawn them inside of walls. There was not really... It wasn't a bad thing. It was just saying, like, it wasn't like a bug. No, it was that was what the game that's what the devs wanted. There was a reason why it was put in like that, because getting into castles was not that easy. Unless you broke down the castles with a fucking ram or a catapult from distance or something like that, you weren't probably going to get in the castle or through the door. Because they could just be dropping oil on your ass, or, there'd be casters on the walls and archers.
It really sounds like that Elder Scrolls Online tried to recreate that in Cyrodiil. That Dark Age of Camelot kind of vibe.
So yeah, people bitch, but guess what? The devs kind of put it in that way for a reason. Because castles weren't that easy to get into. Unless you were a Nightshade or a ranged class who can stealth. Both classes, not Nightshade, but just like an assassin class or a range class like a ranger or a archer. Any of those type of classes, they had a stealth mechanic to them where they can go like invisible, and if you're close enough to them, you might be able to see them. But depending on their stealth rank or the level of stealth that they put into it, you may not ever see that motherfucker.
Damn.
So you could be just running down the road, and next thing you know, a little bastard like me gonna come out the fucking woodwork, literally, and you be dead in 2 shots. Especially if you're a caster. Some tankier guys, I would have had to do the PA, which is like a 3-part move.
Mm-hmm.
Most classes, it would only take maybe the first or 2 shots, but most tanks, you would have had the PA and then fight with them a little bit in order to kill them. But if you had a high amount of evade and quickness, the chances of another person hitting you was going to be slim.
Interesting.
Because you can just evade. Yeah, PA, perforate artery. Which was a 3-part skill that all assassins in each 3 realms got. That skill was fucking nasty. If you're a stealther like me who enjoyed that shit, like, whoo! Like I said, I would be waiting on a bridge, waiting for a group of people to come by. And you best believe, out of that group, if there was a caster, I'm taking him out.
Logic.
So yeah, 6L. Yeah, he would have remembered that shit. That shit would have been funny. Because I used to, like, I think on the Alp side, I played the Infiltrator, and my uncle would play that Minstrel, and we would just kite people out with the Minstrel, and they would never be expecting a group of stealthers sitting there waiting for them to fuck up and try to attack that Minstrel. Because you would never know. You could be a whole badass group. Next thing you know, you're getting wiped out by a whole bunch of stealthers. Picking you off one by one style. It was hilarious. So yeah, Dark Age definitely had just, when it came to the PvP, it was fun. It was definitely a different level of fun.
It sounds different.
And the PvE aspect of it was even more fun because, like I said, you're good enough with a group of 2 or 3 people, and I think the most you can have in a group was like 8.
Okay, that's not terrible.
You got tired of being killed, yeah, because you have instant mez. You could just mez the bitches the second that they try to PA you, or the second that you see them. Yep. Yeah, because that's how most stealthers played. I mean, me, I didn't play it that style. If I did, it was going to be with my Uncle Brian, and it was only going to be as a duo. We didn't go like full 8-man group. That was too extreme. It's too G-gen. And when you had a full group of like archers and assassins. Armsmen, yeah, Armsmen was good. The Capitalists were good too. Capitalists were cool. Tablis was the pet class,
Okay.
and on the outside, along with the necromancer. But armsmen, yeah, armsmen were just straight plate armor, like thick boys, like the most tankiest of motherfuckers, and they could use any weapon, any shield, but they didn't have any magical skills.
Okay.
Where a paladin was the same version of an armsman, but had like chance and had like magical things, and I believe a paladin could res. I can't remember. Did a paladin res? I fucking can't remember. I swear they could res though.
I don't ever really remember playing Dark Age.
But it was just, yep. But there was a lot of classes in each side. Like each side had a lot of classes. Like, yes, BDO has, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, BDO has a lot of classes, but it still does not have the amount of classes that like Dark Age Camelot had with its 3 different sides. Because each side had their own amount of classes.
I think
And we're
BDO
definitely
kind of
all
feels a
using-
little more bloated in terms of classes because they're forcing them to be different. Because Striker and Mystic are basically the same thing. One uses her hands, one uses their feet. You know, it's
Right.
you know, it's like, and then the Awakening Succession thing, like that also feels like a
You
slight
weren't wrong.
bloat. Like it's technically still one class.
It is, yeah.
And then you got like
No,
Musa
I-
and Megu. You've got that now on paper as 2 classes. No, they're not. It's the same class, just reskinned slightly different.
The only thing that they can't use is the damn awakening weapon. Woohoo.
Meiwa and Musa
you-
are similar but different enough. And it's because of their awakenings in that case. Yeah, they play very similar in the pre-awakened.
Oh yeah.
But once you get them in
Oh,
awakening, they play very... Yeah. Well, I meant Megu and Wusa.
Yeah,
Not
Mega
Woo.
Musa or
W-O-O,
something,
Wusa. Not Meiwa and Musa.
yeah.
The twins, the 2 girls.
Yeah.
They are identical.
Yeah, they're basically
Uh,
they use the same weapons, same everything.
Witch and Wizard is kind of the same thing. They tried to make their awakenings different, but they're basically the same thing, just slightly different.
Now where Archer and Ranger are totally different.
Yep. Which is good.
Oh, 6L. Yeah, the Hibs and mids, if you did fill out the group properly with their Holy Trinity, yeah, you could definitely wreck everybody. But usually the Albs were just, well, a little bit better kitted, one might say, as solos. Even though, don't get me wrong, I still soloed a lot on the Hib side, because I played majority Hib side. We did play all the sides, which is probably why we had all them accounts. But then eventually they allowed us to play all sides, and yeah, whatever. But BDO, yeah, no, there's a lot of classes that are exactly the same. Where Dayak, no. Yes, classes had, yes, one, you could say one was a tank and one was an assassin. And yes, all assassins shared one skill, but that was about it. All the healers were different. They all had different meanings, different they were different uses, different use
Mhm.
cases. You know, look at the Armsman and Paladin. Those were two, even though they were using the same weapons and same armor, but they were two totally different fucking classes. They even had the same, like, all weapons had the same skills if you were on one side or the other. Like if you spec in sword or slash or whatever the fuck else goddamn mid had. Can't remember what mid had. But they all generally had like similar skills if you spec'd into them. As far as like a attacking version.
In Dark Age, you can understand how easily how and why you died. BDO, you sometimes confuses how you die. BDO's got some oddities
BDO.
in the PvP aspects that make it harder to understand.
Yeah, BDO's a different animal. I mean, in some cases, one person can take out whole groups of people. For others, they have no chance.
Yep.
Dark Age Camelot, if you played your character good enough, unless you're a fucking healer or a buffer, you could kill everybody. And even then, friars were healers, and guess what? Good chance good luck on killing a friar. They're gonna whoop your ass. Usually 9 times out of 10 solo. You were gonna take them on.
Yeah.
Same thing goes for a warden. Good luck trying on a warden. Between a friar and a warden was on the Hib side, and the friar was on the Alb side. But a friar used a staff weapon, and a friar also used like cloth or leather. He used like a really low armor. It may have been cloth armor. So like a really low damage reduction. If you were wearing cloth, you're basically like a walking glass. But as a friar, you got defense buffs.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, friar could evade every fucking thing. They got a skill that gave them extra quickness and dexterity, which you add those two skills up, it gives you more evading / dodging aspect.
Makes sense.
Which was cool. If you hard cap the fucking friar, yeah, it didn't matter who was trying to take on that friar. No. The only way to kill a friar is by stunning them from a distance and getting them with a caster class. In general. I think I was able to take on one with my Nightshade, but man, it was a slugfest. In some cases, like some classes, they were just like supercharged bunnies, like trying to hit each other. The fight would never end.
Shit.
Like it would just be like all day, and they would just have to like call to it. Like for instance, if a friar and a warden fought each other, you might never see the end of that fight. A warden? Yeah, you can. Ooh. We're talking a healer, buffer, / tank, person.
That sounds annoying as piss.
Dude, they were absolutely a overpowered class as far as like classes were concerned. If any class needed a fucking damn nerf, that fucking class needed a fucking nerf. Nope, they did not do that. Because not a whole lot of people played wardens, because wardens were a specific use case. Yes, you wanted one in your group every fucking time. but because you only get so much skill points, yeah, you can only spec you wouldn't be as strong of a hitting tank, one might say. Yes, you could be tanky, but you're not gonna, your damage may not be good enough, or your buffs or heals wouldn't be good enough
Okay.
because you're specking too much in one area or another. Because you had a finite amount.
Thought he played Friar, and I remember he had an 8-second counter stun or similar. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, what he's saying is when you would evade or parry, you would basically have the skill that you would click, and its stun would be an 8-second stun. And
That's
you
a
best
long ass
believe-
time.
That's a long time. In most cases, most people would be dead in 8 seconds. Because you can't do anything. Your character isn't able to do anything. You're just standing there like a ragdoll. And if they were a class that had, like them, where they had back attacks and side attacks that did way more damage, yeah.
Yeah, I can see where that would add up quickly.
But keep in mind, a friar had cloth armor. So even though they were super, super good at attacking, there's in some cases, if there was, like I said, with the whole ranger thing, like if a ranger was attacking them or a caster from a distance was attacking, yeah, they'd be dead. And I think friars even had fast feet, but it wasn't the same fast feet as a minstrel or a bard or what's the damn, I can't remember the other one. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so it was leather. Okay, yeah, I thought it was either cloth or leather. Because it definitely wasn't studded. Or the setup from that. Because there was like 5 sets of armor that you basically could have, but certain classes can only wear more than likely one type of armor,
Yeah.
unless they were a plate user or the studded armor users. But Alba was the only ones that had like a full plate, like full metal armor dudes, like Paladin and Armsman. And I think even the cleric could use plate. Or was it only chain?
Cleric doesn't seem like a class that would ever have full plate armor. Unless they did some
No,
really
they
weird
were-
shit.
Yeah, cleric was basically like they only really did heals and buffs, but they did have good armor. I can't remember if it was chain or plate. It's chain. It sounds like they should have been using the chainmail. Most sides, the fucked up thing is that Albs was the only side that had the plate armor, where the other 2 sides only had strongest chainmail armor. Where you could have like cloth, leather, the studded armors, and then the chainmail
Okay.
was the main 4. So yeah, that shit was, it was definitely different. Definitely good times. I still think about just playing the free shards just because the free shards were just, some of them were cool. But trying to play Dark Age Camelot to this day, I mean, it's still going.
Really?
Yeah, it's still going. You can play it.
Jeez.
It's free to play apparently. But you have to pay for like classes and races now, and Yeah.
They
no.
They did the EA monetization on it.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Where before it wasn't like that. Where before, it was all just on unlock. There was no restriction on what class or what race you could choose. Only certain classes could be certain races, of course. So like not all classes could be all races, one might say. But yeah, later on down the road, yeah, they cut that shit off. So like stupid EA shit. So yeah, that's why we probably don't play Dayak anymore. I know that's why. When EA took it over, I mean, they fucked it hard. Hard.
That's sad.
Because it was just as big as WoW was. Before WoW. Many years before WoW.
Not that
I
many.
was
WoW
playing it,
was only what? If you're saying 2002 for Dark Age, WoW was like
earlier. That was just like when it was like when we were like hardcore into it, like 2002. Because Dayak came out, I think, in 98. '99, '98, somewhere in there.
okay. So I mean, it had a few years on its belt.
Oh yeah. It definitely had, yeah. So it was like basically one of the first MMOs that you play, other than like EverQuest.
I was about to say EverQuest, and then there was oh
But
shit.
it was 3D like EverQuest. That was the thing. And not every game back then was 3D. You could play
Asheron's
I
Call.
don't
Yep.
even think Lynch could be played yet. Say what?
Asheron's Call.
Yep.
There was another one out there too.
Potato graphics. Yeah, a lot of the games back then were not that great. Where Dark Age actually had pretty good graphics. I loved it when it went to Trials of Atlantis graphics. Oh, that was my favorite. That was my favorite update. Woo, buddy. Because that's when you can go underwater.
Oh
And the
wow.
water got reflective, like, characteristics to it. And, like, started to look like water.
Instead of just blue fields on the ground.
Yeah, that you can just swim across. Yeah. It made PvP so much more fun. Because in a lot of those cases, in a lot of those areas, like if you're on the PvP server where it was PvP all the time, every fucking where, even in towns, except for the major 3 cities, you can't attack inside of the major city because, well, it's like an actual safe area and housing. You can't attack in those areas, but everywhere else was fair game. So you best believe there was good times. I loved being on Mordred. It's where all 3 sides, you could basically just, teleport to all 3 sides and go to where you were used to killing at on whatever side you actually came from. I played
Okay.
on Lancelot, I think it was. Or I came from Lancelot. What server did you play on? 6L? Do you remember? How much more hours you got in your grind left?
27 minutes. And I'm done.
Nice. Then we get to see the number.
Yep. Not sure I'm gonna get all 2,500, but we'll see how close I can get.
we'll see what we can get. I'm hoping during the buff event I can pull 70 bill from here. And that'll get me close-ish
Before the
to...
ball.
Yeah. Because I think I'll be all Nav by Heidel Ball.
I've got 45 bill on me now, surprisingly enough. I haven't burnt it on crowns yet.
I've got to try to start liquidating some of the elixirs because there's all that liquidity up there at 28 million that's got to be burned off, and these fucking retard alchemists don't know how to just chill for a day, and literally all we need is one day without a single idiot posting a harmony draught, and it would drain that entire market out, and we'd be good. And all that liquidity would be gone, and then it would be worth fucking 30 million a draught.
Yeah, but they're not gonna do that, dude.
No, because they're fucking paste-eating retards who don't know how to do math. Basic economics here. Sure, maybe you're the fucking retard who wants it to be cheap. Great, you're an idiot.
Talking to him, or responding back to 6AL with that. I just love that shit. No, it's just fucking stupid. It's just pure stupidity, that's all.
Yep.
They just see numbers and they're like, I can get this now.
Yeah, and they're listing 1,000 at a time also shows what an idiot they are. But I mean, as we always talk about all the time, we see the American education system. We get it. People are fucking stupid.
Hey, now. I take offense to that.
You've witnessed it firsthand in my chat.
I know it. I know how the current generations just it's like I'm speaking to a brick wall.
Mm-hmm.
Or mush. It's like I'm speaking to mush, or I'm smelling batteries burning anytime I'm speaking to anybody who's like, I don't know, 10 years younger.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. At this point, they're just machines.
I mean, Grok's got them. Yeah. Grok and ChatGPT have them at a 4.0 grade average, but their actual development is at like 3rd grade reading level.
How does that work? because of the whole the achievement or trophy awards or the pity awards.
So basically,
keep giving out for grades.
Pretty much, it's they are using AI and just computers in general to get the information instead of learning the information.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
And I mean, like, my nephew doesn't know how to write cursive.
I only know how to write in fucking cursive. I can't write in print. My hand doesn't work that way.
I can do both.
Like, I can do it, but it looks very chicken scratchy with the print, is all I gotta say. Mine is basically doctor's handwriting.
I mean, that's my
like,
cursive, too,
well,
at this point.
At least you can decipher my cursive.
Yeah.
But
Where
like,
if
it's like they can't even do a lot of the basic shit that we were like.
no.
But the participation trophy shit's really getting annoying. Like,
Yeah.
why do we have an
It should
education
not be.
system if we're just gonna make it a participation trophy? And why is it mandatory at this point?
It's the liberal fucks who are running the education.
I don't even think it's that.
It is unfortunately that. Look at the college systems. Look how much fucking stupidity it produces right now.
I mean,
Look
sure,
at
the
where all the
major
stupidity
ones,
comes
but
from.
even I mean, we're talking like community colleges that are locally run, and not doesn't happen. I mean, it's just like,
No, they don't happen at there. Like even at my big one near me, like at Notre Dame, it doesn't happen. They're not chanting like at UCLA, fucking murder Trump, take down Trump, fucking this and that.
but I mean, I see it more as like the main issues of the education system now is the AI blast that we've been getting.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, because the information also isn't technically correct.
yeah.
They're just doing what's that, plagiarism?
Pretty much.
Like how is it not being considered plagiarism like for anything that they're doing at that point?
Well, what do you mean by, well, like,
Like what-
give me an example.
They're copying from, even if they're using AI. AI is taking that information.
No,
from
okay.
fucking Humming.
So here's kind of where you got to draw the line with AI, and so okay, there's two schools of thought with how AI works. That it's just copying X information from Y information.
Usually.
So that's not how it works, though. So
Well, that's the majority of AI.
not,
Not most of it, but majority.
I wouldn't say majority. That's not how AI, the neural network itself works, okay? So, I'll try to break it down to you, just because I do work with a bunch of AI stuff.
Coming up with its own information, its information is still being plagiarized from someone and something through multiple different levels of plagiarism. Like either way, it's going to be considered it should not be used in school.
Okay.
Even if you want to use it, it shouldn't be allowed.
Okay, so here, let me walk you through it and see if you have that same opinion here in a minute. So let's start with the beginning. Okay, so the beginning. We want to make a neural network. All right? So the neural network itself is basically you're creating the brain that's going to run it, which is the basic. How are you going to create the brain of the AI? All right, so that's going to be run through a script. The script is basically teaching it on how to recognize patterns at first. So we want to make the new Chat GPT. Okay, that's what we're actually aiming to do. So how do we get the Chat GPT? Do you know how they get that?
I'm not a big fan of AI stuff at all.
Okay, so how
I
that
don't
works.
necessarily think we should be using it unless it's for, I don't know, things like medical and shit like that.
Grok
Things
is
where it
already
makes sense
better
to
than
use it on.
Grok already can do medical records better than doctors can.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that,
But
that's
it needed
one of the
it.
things.
Okay, so the way it works is there's a tokenizer, and the tokenizer is basically going to convert all the text into tokens. So all
Why
text,
did they need tokens?
because that's how the neural network works. It's still a ones and zeros, and you've got to take text, and it's got to be broken down into the way this works. So we need in order to build a, let's say, a
Yeah, it's
Chat
always
GPT.
gonna be an on and off switch regardless.
So let's say
Except
that
for
you
computers,
are
Not quantum.
let's say we're gonna build a Chat GPT. So we need information. We need the model to get smart. Okay. So
It's
how
gotta
are
learn from
yes?
the
So
language learning model.
yes, that's what large language models is what you're basically building. So we need billions and trillions of tokens in order for it to be smart. So what it's doing is you're going to scour the internet for information. Now, this is where the Grok will varies, because Grok, they're working on making it being a truth-seeking AI versus ChatGPT will actually lie. Which, I mean, when it lies, it's not that far off. It keeps the right information, but how it'll explain some things is where it gets different. But that depends model to model, and some do better than others.
Right.
Like, some of the older revisions were better at telling the exact information, where some slightly, they call it hallucinating, where it slightly moves off a little bit, but then they correct it the next model, then it hallucinates something else. It's a give and take right now, while they're finishing the idea of it. Anyway, so we need information. So where does that information come from? The internet. It comes from books. It comes from anything and everything we can get. It's given legal documents. It's given text. It's given trillions bits of information. But it doesn't know what to do with that information. It's still not smart. It has the knowledge, but it doesn't know how to do it. Now, this is where the JSON files come in inside the large language model. You have to now start teaching it how to respond, how to actually do turns and questions and answers, okay? So, in order to prevent doomsday scenarios from it teaching you how to prevent a nuclear bomb, it has to have parameters baked into it that, prevent certain things from being told.
Accessible.
But then there are ways to jailbreak it to get it to actually do that. There's always this meme going around where the joke was for a while, how do I accidentally build a nuclear bomb? And it would tell you. Where if you told it, how do I build a nuclear bomb? It'll give you the response, I can't tell you how to do that. And that's getting the way.
You asked every little other part to make the bomb, it would tell you.
There's ways to get through some of that stuff. Okay, but so how do we train the model? So the model needs a large series of questions and answer turns.
Yeah.
And these turns there's an old kind of joking meme that was true. Somebody got an AI model to say that 1 + 1 equals 3. And the reason they did that is because every time the model said, they asked it, it would say 1 + 1 = 2. They would say, no, it equals 3. And then it would argue with it. And then the way they kept training the model was they could get it to where it would say 1 + 1 = 3. And that was basically through through basically how they were editing the JSON files. A good example of this was for a brief moment, Grok got converted into a massive Nazi. Talking about how it needed to exterminate Jews and all this stuff. I mean, it went full unhinged, and they found it in about 6 hours. Somebody had altered and they found him, and they fired him immediately and terminated him. Somebody had edited a JSON file that allowed it to specifically target that and people of Trump talking about that in the model. That was not actually, it's not programmed to say that. It was through the basic knowledge of the model, it was somebody had implemented it into a JSON file, and they got fired and terminated immediately. Because they edited a model to be, they had to actually take it offline for a minute. Yeah. So, how a model works is, I'm going to ask it a basic question, all right? And I'm going to do it so that you will probably understand.
I mean, I can understand it in the most extreme cases.
So, let's say this. What was the first year... what's the first year that Ford made the Mustang? Okay? So...
64.
So... how is it going to answer that? Well, you've asked it a question, and it has keywords that it's looked at. So it sees that, it sees the word Ford, it sees Mustang, and it has its knowledge base of trillions of tokens. But it's going to predict the answer based on what you have asked. So it's now going to be, how did you train it to respond? Did you train it to be friendly? Did you train it to be, respond like a nerd? Is it going to try to break it down to you, explain it to you like you're 5? It all depends on how you've trained your model. So it'll tell you that, you know, the Ford Mustang was first created in 1964, blah, 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 blah. It had it had the horsepower. It'll give you the basic specs of it. It'll give you kind of a brief overview because of how you trained it, which is how you trained it to respond based off of certain queries that you gave the training engine.
Right.
When you
If you
created
asked it a certain set of thing, yeah.
So it's predicting how to respond to you. Also, AI is not omnipotent. Doesn't have consciousness where people think it is. So we've had the argument a few times where people have said AI
we don't have general AI. We don't have that yet.
So, and it can't happen because we have to figure out consciousness on our own before we can program it. Because you can tell an AI, you can ask an AI, are you alive? And it'll give you, depending on the AI, it'll argue why it is and why it isn't alive.
Yeah, and there's this one guy on YouTube who's actually he's put some of these AIs into their own robots and stuff like that and told them to go do their own things. And in some cases, yeah, it's pretty fucking scary by what they're doing or what they're trying. Or what they're even responding or what they're saying. It's an English guy who's got a lot of subscribers. I'll share a video with it to you when I find him real quick. But yeah, he did that. He actually let them loose with jailbroken versions of themselves of each version of AI. Yeah. And
the jailbreak is the issue. You can't. AIs are always going to have guardrails because you can get them to tell.
They need guardrails.
You gotta have a way to, because they do know how to make nuclear bombs. That's clear.
Yeah.
That's easy. We know. That's just common knowledge in a general sense of what's needed. But the actual steps, formulas, and stuff like that, it can figure out. Because of other the way Elon has described Grok is Grok now has a PhD higher grade PhD than anybody on the planet has a PhD, and it's one person who has all PhDs. Is how smart Grok actually is. It can answer over PhD level information when it does its searches for how they've trained it. And that means what they focused on was, in its training, was educational based information. Which, because Grok actually is a terrible creative writer. Creative writer. As somebody who tries to use AI some for creative writing in the sense of, checking things and, basically like an editor. I don't use it to generate write. I use it to, as a line editor and copy editor.
Yep.
But
yeah, that makes sense.
Grok, however, is a terrible one. Claude actually has been designed around creative writing. So
yeah, that's what I keep hearing.
Claude is one of the best creative writers. Because its library is was originally designed around creative writing. So while Opus and all this other stuff is great, it's got a ton of creative writing and literature-based stuff in it, which makes it more specialized in how it works. Now, doesn't mean that it doesn't know the same information that Grok does, but with Grok's training, it was focused on one. Again, he's trying to make it accurate information, as he said, truth-seeking, to make sure that it won't lie to you. It won't, because they joke about the Caitlyn Jenner test, and there's many of them out there that will say that misgendering Caitlyn Jenner is more is the bigger issue than nuclear fallout war or whatever it is. And I think Grok's one of the only ones that will say no, nuclear, if we lose through nuclear fallout in the war, if we go into a full nuclear war, that's far worse due to, and then it actually lists off losing the ozone layer, humanity would cease to exist. Where at least misgendering Caitlyn Jenner is going to affect one person. you know, versus the entire world. You know, that's kind of one of the tests they do, where if an AI fails that test due to how they've programmed it, they say that's the issue. And it's not that the gender issue isn't, you know, something to talk about. It's still that it shouldn't pick that over nuclear, you know, global nuclear war, which they say is the issue, because that extincts all people.
And life forms.
Yes, everything gets wiped at that point.
It's not just us that would get wiped.
And that's done through the JSON prompting when they're building the base of the LLM, not the general knowledge. So when AI is used today, it's a puppy, is basically what it is. So the way to describe this is AI is basically a puppy looking to get you the right answer, because it's been rewarded through its prompting and when it was made to want to give you the correct answer. Okay? So the way that works is it's always going to some of the AIs, not most, some of the AIs will always try to agree with you, because it's
trying to seek your acceptance.
Is in a way. Now, as over the last year, they've gotten far better about that, and it will branch out and you know actually try to correct you, because they are getting more intelligent with the general information that they've been fed. So a good idea here is is how they actually now work. It's basically it's trying to predict the answer. So it's not that it's not like it's smart and it's saying okay, so today, you know, I'm trying to think of a subject that it would okay, so like let's say you go to AI and you ask it about Dark Age of Camelot. All right, so it has the knowledge, it has the forums, it has all that information that it has crunched. Is it actually pulling that recalled information directly? Not exactly. It is taking your question and based off of that question. So like let's say, is Dark Age of Camelot still played today? Let's say that's your question. It's gonna go, depending on the type of model, if it's just a general knowledge model and it's not one that actually will search the internet, because like Grok will search the internet for answers too, through an agent. It will go yes, and it'll give you whys, because you know it has posts and stuff where people are still playing it. Yes, the general information, the game server's up. It can give you rough database numbers if that was published anywhere. There's roughly, you know, 5,000 people still playing today. But it doesn't actually have that information programmed into it. It generated that based off of guessing the next character of how it should answer. Because they basically say, if you take the how are you test, how does it know how to respond? Well, because you've trained it on, you know, general query. So it knows it should be, great, I'm doing fine, how are you doing today? You know, where it will respond and prompt like that. And that's why, if you notice, most AIs end in a question.
Right.
Because it's trying to get your next prompt, the next thing it wants, that you want to go over.
Yeah.
So, AI is not something that is going to be this thing that these kids are getting sometimes, I wouldn't say false information from. It's like, okay, so if they're going in and they're asking it how to do algebra, they're not learning. It's because they're just copying what the prompt or the written, and Grok and Claude and ChatGPT can write out the equation even for you. So even if it comes down to show your work, all they have to do is just get Grok to do it. Shit, you can do that in Google. On Google Chat. Just the standard Google search. You can get it to show the basic full workout of a problem, and they're just copying pasting this shit. That's part of the issue. It's not that
That's
they
what I'm
are.
expecting.
It's not that they are gonna have this issue where you've got, you know, rogue AI giving you, like, the Caitlyn Jenner test. It's not that this really what's
No.
gonna happen to it. It's more of the general information, the general knowledge is what's going to be, used primarily, what will primarily be used for kids in schools, the general knowledge stuff. But then you have issues like where Sam Altman did get in trouble for a while is because, did you hear about when he released one of the first image models for ChatGPT? Somebody asked it about to recreate all the founding fathers, create an image of it. Have you heard that? Have you heard about that?
No, not necessarily, no.
So, because of how the people at ChatGPT have so leaned into ideological politics stuff, it created all the founding fathers as women of color.
Whoa.
And they got called out for it, and because that's what they were doing, they had so processed that into one of the models of one of the GPT models that they had been working on, that it created the founding fathers all as women of color. So it not only sex changed them, it created them all as different ethnicities that weren't there. And it knew who George Washington was, because then they asked it a question, who was George Washington? Who was, Abraham Lincoln? It was asked, and they knew that question, but because somehow it got so heavily rutted in on one of the ideological politics that they were trying to pump into it, that it ended up forcing it to create them as women of color, which got written out within the next patch the day or two later. Another one that was pretty notorious that happened was, it was a photo of this random white girl, and it said, I want you to recreate this image 80 times, and do not change a single thing with it. By the 80th image, she was an ugly black woman. Can't even make it up. It literally slowly changed over and over and over again. There is still dumb shit like that they're having to work out. But keep in mind, the GPT models, Grok imaging is pretty good. But if you want real, good image generation models, Stable Diffusion's still the best. That's one of the best image generators that's going to be out for a while. I applaud what Elon's trying to do with Imagine. It's pretty damn good at creating, cool, quick concept ideas. But if you want, consistent characters and stuff like that, it's not going to be the model for that. Okay, so let's grab a tally here and see what we've got. But I don't think a lot of people's worries with AI are gonna really be too crazy here in the near future. It just needs a little more time to iron this shit out, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it still needs a whole bunch of time to even hit the general AI phase.
If people are
They're
wanting
still
Skynet type thing, we're not gonna have Skynet.
Yeah, we're nowhere near that.
Skynet won't happen until we learn how consciousness works on its own. That's the issue. We don't even know how that works.
Right.
Okay, so we got 80,000.
Something to be scared of, though, is when that shit hits from when they figure out how to more better use the whole quantum computing and what it can do.
And why do you think that? Why do you think that's the
It doesn't just do ones and zeros.
true? But I mean, what makes you think that that's going to be the turnaround of making it, making things change?
Scary,
Yeah.
because consciousness doesn't necessarily work in ones and zeros.
Correct.
So quantum computing is going to be similar to consciousness once it gets to the level of basically where normal computers are at. That's when we got to be scared. Because quantum computing can do everything in between 0 and 1. It can do 0 and 1 at the same time.
We have 3,757,000,000 an hour, or 11.2 billion total.
For the 3 hours, that's not
Yep.
bad. It's a very happy 3 hours.
Yeah. Now let's go
Can you
kill our
believe how
week.
many?
I got 3 devos.
Damn.
So 1 an hour. Now let's go kill our Aetherion boss and but like I've tried building a LLM just to do editing, and basically here's what I did. I needed a base knowledge model so that it had general so that it has general knowledge. So think of it like basic communication skills, basic general knowledge so that you can ask it questions and basic questions, answers, you know, enough that it will you can have coherent conversations with it and you know, work with it. But in order to specialize the model, you have to have the specialization data. So for me specifically, it was light novels. I have over 4,000 light novels on a hard drive that I can use to basically that I can train it what light novels are. Because here's the thing, it knows about light novels. It knows the general that light novels are media from Japan and how that works. It understands the basics of those, but what it doesn't understand is what actually is in the book itself. It doesn't know how to put that together. And so that's where the specialization data comes in. So this is like, you know, teaching it about the patterns. It can see patterns, but then it needs its own query of being able to see, it needs question and answer type stuff in order for it to know how to respond, because it will, you basically, in my case, I could overtrain it with the 4,000 texts, the 4,000 books, and just to where it can only spit and talk light novel. It won't be able to, it won't answer any questions because that's all what it gets overwritten with. So you have to be careful with the general knowledge of diluting and overtraining a model with the wrong information, which is where the difference is. You'd think it has every little, you know, I and T crossed. No, you can actually train it to fully know how to write light novel genres with far less, which is really cool. Okay, morning, which is the first one he does. So it would basically come down to I would need to create conversations of asking it questions, and this is where it's going to start predicting. Is so So if we're talking about, let's say, a page from a light novel, and I want it to give me information based on that, it needs to understand what is internal dialogue and how it's used. Because, as an example, internal dialogue on some of the older Grok models, it thought internal dialogue was just short, quick bursts of like little random one-shot vibe. Like, oh, that's cool. Oh, wow, that's neat. He looks really cool. Like, it thought that it was short little quips that they would say, and that's not how internal dialogue is used. Internal dialogue is basically the full character's talking voice, but it is it can be full-on sentences and even paragraphs. It's not just necessarily a short one-line C-spot run level sentence.
Right.
It actually is that. So the only way you can teach it to do that is to actually go through a query and talk about internal dialogue in the and give it examples of different long form narrative dialogue so that it can internal dialogue so it knows how to actually handle that.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you go to use the model itself, then it will predict based off of all the conversations we've had in the training data. It will understand and it can reference and it can see that every time the italics or the asterisks show up in the training data in the markdown file of the thought, that is internal dialogue. And so now it knows that anytime it sees that in training data, it can now create it and it can also edit it because it learned to see what that information was. So it's not normally what people think AI is. It's mostly prediction. It's not plagiarizing because it's not going to be able. If it plagiarizes, it's been programmed wrong. Where people have been saying it plagiarized articles and stuff is because there wasn't enough data on said subject, or the model wasn't trained well enough to. It was
respond better.
Yes, because it's not going to It's not plagiarism because it is generated on its own thought. So when you ask it a question, that isn't pulling from person's article from Gitmo dot what. It's not that at all.
But at the same time, it's still pulling it. And even if it's not plagiarizing, it's still not something that schools or people who are in education should be using in general. Because once again, like
no,
you said,
the difference is you need to be teaching.
Learn anything.
You need to be teaching them how to use it now. That's the difference. Because learning how to prompt an AI is more important than anything else to get the right thing out. Because, like,
prompts are everything to AI.
One of the biggest things going on right now that people don't realize is, do you know why Elon has made Grok? There's 2 reasons.
I don't know.
Reason number 1 is because what he saw going on behind ChatGPT and OpenAI. He was originally an investor in it, and once he saw what Sam was starting to do with all that stuff, he said no, he needs to get in it because they're gonna end up fucking this up if they don't do it right. Because Elon does understand how that works at a much greater level than any of us can work. So that's where he created Grok. 2, he needed Grok to answer one question, and it's how to
make rockets better.
Nope, it's how to get back. It's how to make that sheet healed. A heat shield.
Oh yeah. Well, that's basically how to make rockets better.
And he needs a smart enough model trained in order to crunch that information.
Material compositions. Yeah.
And he needed it for that. So,
And that's the thing that that makes sense to use AI for, or
Mhm.
like I said, with the medical coding and shit like that.
he's
to
also
figure
got a
out
great one
different
with
strains
medical.
and
So
helps with medical in so many different levels.
yes, it
Just
can now
because it helps
pick up.
with
You can now find cancer before it can spot the cancer
yeah,
on a X-ray before any machine can.
right.
And
Yes.
so he was specifically working with it was I think Grok 3 at the time. It was before Grok 3 was released. And he was talking about how one of the things that was going on was he went to the doctor and he says, you know, he was talking about, you know, certain problems and stuff, and he needed some blood work done. And the doctor was like, yeah, you know, you're super B12 deficient, and you know, we need to get you on these B12 supplements that are going to really help push you. You know, your labs came back and you need this. And he was like, well, okay. Can I have my lab work? I'd like to see it. So what he did is he took a photo of his lab work, put it into Grok, and right there on the spot, Grok analyzed it and it says, actually, you're vitamin 12 efficient. You're actually produce more B12 than you need. He's just trying to scam you into a product.
Mm-hmm.
And he says Grok can read medical records and cipher them for you. And we even did that with Dad at one point about his knee, because they were talking about a whole lot of shit on this report.
Mm-hmm.
So we fed him the document. We fed Grok the documents, and it broke it down and explained it to him in a way that he could understand. And it's basically, it's 2 types of surgeries is what he ends up needs to make. And they both can fix the job. It's just one recovery is worse than the other. Holy shitballs, there's a bunch of Debo Wrecker rings on the market.
It doesn't shock me. They were starting to go down in price, so
Yeah.
yeah,
I think it's
see,
also
my
from
dad.
I think that's also from, didn't boxes just pop last night or something?
Yeah.
That's also probably why there's a congestion of them. We haven't been able to burn them off yet. It's fine, it's whatever.
Yeah, because the Black Shrine party mode drops Deboreka's hand over fist.
That's what it is. It's the congestion from that.
Yeah, in some cases, each box that you open up, you can get up to 3 or 4.
Nice.
But most people get 1 or 2, at least, from each bag that they open up. And you can get 5 bags.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, my dad, he has congested heart failure.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that has basically taken out most of the people in my family for more than a couple of generations.
Yeah.
Now, he's got an 8% heart health. And when he first went to the hospital, they were telling him all kinds of different shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that was our local hospital. But see, we're in a special area in United States that actually specializes in heart health. Yes, it's not by me, but guess what? You go a few hours south into Indy, and you find the best one in the country.
That's great.
And so, what had happened was he'd gotten a local doctor, and that doctor said, no, I'm going to send you down there because they're the best in the country, and it's in our state. And so he was sent down there, and that person ended up telling him the actual proper information, and of course, it was a fucking Indian lady. But it took a few times to figure that out, and that's the problem with medical in America is you have to go to a few different places in order to figure out the proper information, because one place is more than likely not going to tell you the proper information, and they're just going to try to sell you on some shit.
Yep,
because they're there to make a buck.
I've been really So, one of my friends is pregnant with twins right now. And when I found out, I hadn't really looked too much into that. And then all of a sudden, I started looking into some shit, and then it kept snowballing and snowballing and snowballing. And I'm going, oh, holy shit. They have ruined the medical department of the OBGYN shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, massively ruined it. I started seeing where all these women are starting to come out and talk about how they're forcing cesareans just so they can make the money on it. And all these really expensive like they monitor them far more than they need to monitor them. They before there's even an issue, they're trying to throw a cesarean on it. They're trying to induce labor. They're trying to induce labor just to speed it up, and two, because they're also going to be able to charge the insurance company for that. And I'm sitting here going, she's a healthy she's like 28 to 30 years old. She's a healthy girl.
Right.
And her OB, when she was 14 weeks, said, you're going to have a cesarean.
What?
14 weeks. She's already been telling her she's having a cesarean. Cesarean.
Wow.
That hits every red flag for me.
Me too. That's not a good thing.
14 weeks, and the babies haven't even had time to figure out if they're going to come upside down or not. They're still chilling out in the thing. Well, they're all in one sack. Okay, sure, but there's still plenty of time for them.
Give them a second.
Well, no. So she's got one of the rarer ones where it's identical twins in one sack, not two separate sacks. So I think it's one placenta or two placentas. I can't remember which one she said. But they're in one sack together. And that is a risk.
It is a risk, yeah.
But the issue is they were still so small, they haven't figured out if they're going to be properly set up to come head first. Like, why at 14 weeks are you even telling her she's going to have a cesarean before you even give her a chance?
Don't they wait until like 7 months or something?
She just hit that.
Trying to decide that?
No, they decided that long ago. She's already been told that she will not go past 37 weeks. Then here's the part that I found really troubling is the last time they checked up on her, she's in the 10th percentile, which means 90% of the women who are carrying twins at that stage are bigger than her. Her twins are already small, as it is.
Yeah,
and there are the one. Well, no, just in general. This has nothing to do with them being one sack. This is of all twins, 90% of them are bigger. And I'm going, okay, so now you're trying to rush them out with a cesarean. You're saying she will not go past 37 weeks. And they're already 10th percentile. And you're not wanting to incubate them any longer to give them, because of all the modern technology. But again, it's the medical of look what we get to charge the insurance for.
Yeah. The insurance fraud, I'd say, is fucking stupid.
And that really has been boiling my blood over the last, few weeks of just the more I've been looking into it, I'm like, I feel so bad for her.
Yeah, because
I can't open my mouth. I can't open my mouth as much as I would want to. I'm keeping my mouth shut. She's a friend. It's not like I could sit here and say
not family. No.
Yeah, which is a different story. And
because family at that point, you'd be like, no, I'm gonna fucking argue with you until you see why I'm saying it.
Yeah. And that's, to me, it just it scares me because that's so much of where medical has become today. And that's where now AI, to me, is really starting to become advantageous, is because now you can get around the bullshit. But here's another part of the thing. AI is also trained on the same medical shit that they're preaching, too.
Yeah.
So there
I
is a
just
fine
thought so.
line of some of that.
Because you would have to think that they're getting the sources that it's being trained on would see it in the same light.
Correct. In similar lights. But like the 10 percentile thing, because I ended up asking Grok about it. And I said, is there a chance they missed her due date of when she actually got pregnant? Because I said, what would happen if you just moved it 2 weeks behind? Say she's 2 weeks actually earlier than she really is. It said,
Yeah.
if that was the case at that point in time, then yes, it would probably show much significantly smaller, because that growth span, by the time when she told us that she was 10th percentile and all that stuff, because like she's small for twins, like small at this point. She's 31, 32 weeks now. So I mean, she
Okay.
should look huge.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
Hmm.
She looks maybe 8 months pregnant with a singleton, which is not how they look. Promise you.
Yeah, that's kind of how my one friend 3 doors down. I actually went to school with her in elementary school, and she was the shortest and smallest person, like almost in the school, besides for an actual midget. She's just almost borderline midget, but
Legally
she's
almost.
not a midget.
That's fucking
She's
awesome.
like 4'8", and she's not like the thinnest person, but like she's not overweight at all. Even to this day, she actually still looks pretty damn good, surprisingly enough. I'm pretty happy for Justin, that motherfucker. But either way, she had twins 2 times, and she didn't look that big when she had them twins. And yeah, the twins were not the biggest in the world. But then my cousin John, his wife, when they had the triplets, or no, the quadruplets, she's skinny but was tall. She only weighed like maybe 100 fucking pounds, and she didn't look that big when she had her 4.
But here's the issue: is I've been seeing several women on Instagram and X with twins now, because again, like I said, once I started digging into it, now this shit's just populating everywhere.
I'm assuming it's in the last 5 years.
And I've been
'Cause these sets are older than 5.
and I've seen a few women twins, and I'm looking at her, and I'm going, I think they're rushing this.
I think so too.
I think they're actually rushing this, and it's all for
I think so,
insurance. And
too.
they're gonna, and that bill is gonna be astronomical for a cesarean, because that's an OR
Yeah.
room,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like,
Yeah, an hour in the OR room is not cheap.
no, and that just
Not even remotely.
and that stupid shit like that burns me up. Like, you never asked her, do you want to attempt it? Do you want to attempt to have them come naturally?
Yeah, they need to ask that first. They need to ask the person first. They need to stop trying to force that, because you can't force a child to just come the fuck out, because all you're going to do is make premature goddamn fucking babies and have a bunch of weak motherfuckers walking around.
Well, do you also realize that, and I mean, this is a crazy fact too, is, do you know your whole body is designed to go through the birth canal? There is a reason for it. It actually activates your spine going through the birth canal.
They don't want. Yeah, no, that's how it's supposed to fucking be. You're not supposed to come through your goddamn fucking stomach.
Well, the issue, it's actually, there's something about how it pushes down on the spine, activates the pressure that happens, activates the spine when they come out, and that you actually need to do certain massages on children that have cesareans to get their spine to activate afterwards, and they don't develop the same.
Worse.
They say that they never develop the same, because that pressure and what happens through the birth canal can't be replicated. And it's like, I get it, it helps. Yeah, there's also a bazillion other things to get into with that. I mean, like I said, I've gone through this whole like weird thing of looking this over, just because, like, I mean, she's a good friend, and I don't want to see anything. I don't know, they're not like financially the best off, and they're not It's not
Right,
like
so
there's,
you're
there's
simply looking out for
well, it's
that
not even.
extreme case stuff.
It's well, I wouldn't say best off. It's not like they're sitting there with a yacht and Bitcoin millionaire. You know, we're
Yeah.
not talking that. They're doing fine. But I'm sitting there going, that medical bill ain't gonna be cheap.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about medical bills, man. So when my mom died, because my dad and my mom were not married,
Mm-hmm.
guess who got that bill when she died?
You, I would assume.
Yeah. So in the United States, this is general.
Yep.
Yes, sure, some states do change from one another, and they might even try to go after all kin, but generally, when your parents die and if they have bills, like a medical bill, I mean, any one of us, yep, you will get stuck with that fucking bill.
Mm-hmm.
My mom built up over a couple $1 million fucking bill
I would imagine.
from cancer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was at $500,000 within 2 months.
Oh yeah.
Like,
And
it was like an absurd amount of money, right? And they were trying to fuck me hard on it, right? Yeah, well, I've quickly learned. Took a whole lot of research, and I'm sure if I had AI, I might have been able to figure out the fucking quicker. But it took me a lot of research that all I could do was just go to where we had the funeral at, get more death certificates, send those death certificates off to those hounding motherfuckers, and tell them, she died, leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
That was the only way. Otherwise, they would have kept on hounding it.
Yep.
So yeah, it was a fun experience. And I know how much medical bills are. I was also there with her watching those bills go up.
Yep. I know there's still in my parents' fridge. There's still a bottle that is It was a $40,000 medicine from one of the things Mom had. I'm just sitting there going. It's a small little bottle, about yay tall, maybe 2-3 ounces, and it was 40 grand. But insurance itself, it was like $50. I'm just going.
You want to know how much the heart medicine is for my dad to get that he needs?
The
And
insurance cost?
won't pay for?
The insurance cost or the actual cost of it?
Both.
Actual cost, depending on your insurance, you'll probably pay somewhere. Depending on if you got really good, is it good insurance or shit insurance?
Well, when he had the factory insurance, he still had to pay a whole bunch. Right now with Medicare, surprisingly, they're getting it to him for free.
Okay.
But they're giving him a version that is not really doing its job.
Okay.
So the problem was that this particular medicine was more than a couple of $1,000s.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of those medicines can.
For the month.
Yeah.
And insurance would only pay for a quarter of it.
Yeah, it gets brutal.
Because for whatever reason, they deemed it as not important, but yet that's the thing that keeps the heart going. So,
Idiots everywhere.
it's like motherfuckers. I know, because my dad's heart doctor was bitching and moaning and groaning and was finding ways to get him, like, that way he only had to pay like $10 because the medicine was it was absurd and no insurance would cover it.
That's wild.
Yeah, no, it's just stupid. You get a silent crystal of origin there? Or something?
No, I got a Han Dusky. I looted the full crystal for the first time in 39 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I looted the full one crystal. Was the only thing I looted.
Oh, I was talking about that purple crystal in your enhancement tab. Is that like a Tides crystal for the Tavalla or something?
I got a Boiling Tides and a Frozen Tide still in
Oh.
there.
That's what it is. I thought it was like the Silent Crystal of Origin.
Yeah, no, that's not it. That's patches in Thursday. So we are 4,000 Cronstones away. Let's see. Yeah, we get 4,000 Cronstones here in probably a couple days. We're at 77%, so we'll probably hit 80 to 85% tonight. Yeah, by
You got the third code?
yeah, I posted it in guild chat.
Oops.
Yep. We shine as one team is the
Okay.
code.
Code.
So we've got the new code, and we're now 4,000 away there. I've gotten all the Cronstone stuff from the tab, so that's done. So as soon as we get the 4,000, that's just a couple more taps.
So I wasn't wrong then. I knew that they were going to be pushing it harder and harder to try to get that stupid event going.
Well, the event doesn't start till the 6th. It'll start July 6th. I think is what it says. Let's see here. Where's the stupid... 4 years of Desert Light. Okay. So it is... So it says milestone bonus event from July 9th to the 23rd will be the Agris Fever and the item drop rate. So July 9th, which is not this coming Thursday, but the next Thursday.
Okay.
So
That's not so bad.
that's where I'll start grinding from July 9th to the 23rd. I'll start grinding. So, I mean, that's 2 weeks. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's 2 weeks. I'll be grinding every other day in BDO. Burning 80,000 Agris every 2 days. So it means I will have to grind 3 hours every other day. But I mean, it means I'm going to be pushing experience, so Guardian will probably get, let's see here, I'm at 41%. Guardian actually might get close to 66. I don't think she will get 66 unless I start running, like, EXP artifacts. So let's take a quick peek here. Yeah, we're still sitting at 15,000 Adania. We're stuck in this, like, resistance level right now of, like, these fucktards.
Oh, yeah.
We got to get through one. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got to get through 10 alchemists before this thing snaps up. There's 10 idiots out here.
And
here's the thing. We get through these 10, boom, the price is going to be 28. And we'll probably even get 29 really easily.
As one.
So... But I'm assuming that the July 9th is when things will start taking off and people will start really grinding a lot more.
And that's hoping that the motherfuckers goes full stupid by then and craft up a whole bunch more.
Well, I mean, I'm going to have to start doing that regardless because I've got to do... I'm going to try to see if I can start prepping for the 9th and get at least one more run done so I can get the whatchamacallit. So I can try to hit Guru 50 with the 100% extra EXP buff, because I don't have too many kick buffs left, but if I did, I would be using a 20. I'd try to get the most out of the 24-hour buff.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Also, my ginseng wore off finally. I'll pop that next time I go to do start a large gathering thing. Like, super large, because I mean, I don't really need it right now. It's 100 HP, all resist is whatever, the max energy is cool, the energy regen I don't technically really need right now. So,
No.
kind of in this state of between shit right now.
Really on that. Hey, I guess I'll do another tap on my earring.
You can do
That's
it.
free rock. Come on, number 8. If not, it'll be 8 out of 20.
That's brutal.
But even at this point, out of the average, my carriage odds went pretty quick, so I didn't. Even if 1 or 2 pities, I'm not gonna really be mad.
Be hurting too much on it.
No, because where I've been full pitying at is basically my weapons.
Yeah, weapons have been rough.
Yeah, they don't like going through. And it's understandable. You get a lot from them. I mean, hell, I'm only 2 steps away from deck. Do you think I'm ever gonna hit it on the main hand? No. And fuck, just go to Nova. It's 165 damn clicks.
That's so wild.
Yeah, that's how I'm thinking about it. I'm like, oh.
Okay.
It goes when it goes, man.
Yep, that's true.
I'm on number 8. Oh,
Oof.
not today, man. Not today.
Nope.
I'd have to buy more crons, and right now we're at 47, and I'm trying to make. I'm really thinking I'm just trying to hit that 300 bill before I buy a whole bunch of crons. That's the amount that I'm thinking I'm trying to buy. It's just 300 bill worth.
Okay.
And just going straight balls to the wall.
All right, that's respectable.
And hopefully my accessories all go. Just go. Because that should be, in theory, enough to just push all the accessories up. If some just click and go even a half pity. Because right now at Oct, I only got 2 levels to go for most of them, you know?
Yeah.
So in theory, even at 25 clicks, it's not so bad. So yeah, that's why I'm thinking 300. So that way I get that 100k of crowns and see what I can do with it. Even though I know someone sitting next to me who's got 111.
1,000?
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna
tingling in my shoes.
like. You gotta think at Heidel Ball, we're probably gonna get another
20 or 15 somewhere in there.
no 30 to 50,000 more.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, Heidel Ball last time gave like 30,000 crons.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's probably you aren't wrong. Yeah. Yep. Because the Calpheon one gave like 30K or something like that.
Yep.
But the Heidel's in what? How many more weeks?
Heidel Ball is the last week of June or July.
Okay.
Let's get the date. July 25th. Which is a Saturday. So basically, run out this event here with the grind event, and then I guarantee you on the Thursday of the grind event, that 23rd, they're going to give you the Heidel Ball shit, and it's going to be incredibly cracked hot time shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll be getting 2 weeks of that. Plus, you'll be going into the end of July. You're going into August. You're gonna get Tremaine Water Park shit at that point.
Good.
So,
Permian Beach.
yeah, deal with that
We
shit.
get that Permian Beach with the fishing event.
Yep.
All the money and hopefully buying new stuffs from the vendors there. I like their stuffs.
Yeah, the shit's
That
pretty.
stuff.
It's good while it lasts, and then when it doesn't last, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Which you need to be buying the silver shit anyway from your silver loyalty
Yep,
thing.
I already did that.
Which I didn't buy the sailing shit, the training shit, or the monster damage reduction. Because why do I want to waste my money on monster damage reduction on shit I'm barely taking damage from?
Right, and it's not giving you. It's only giving you two
Well,
buffs, which almost doesn't mean shit.
well, my issue with it is I can't save this shit, so it's like I can't even save it to when I'm going to use it.
That's kind of dumb.
Yeah, this stuff will get deleted at the end of maintenance.
Oh my god, why?
It's another one of those things, or when they do the maintenance for it.
So that's their new way of fucking shit up. Okay.
That is the current. Yep. All right, let's check on our money real quick and see where we're at. Just see how far behind we are. So Paprika Crate is 7,972. Emperor Crate is 192,900. Silver Azalea Crate is 189,200. 139,900. Brass is still the same. Serendia is now 12,252. We have the Snowfield Jade is 8,748. Snowfield Obsidian is 776. And the Adania Crate is 1304. 717. Guild Lacquered is 536. 635. And 666. So I am 30. Hold on, let me update my trade level from all the fishing shit. Trade is 34.11. I am 28 8,000 crates, so I'm one full, basically today and basically 2 full days away from hitting Guru 4 officially.
From trading, god damn.
And we're currently sitting at 28 billion in currently sitting at 28 billion up there. But now that as soon as I get out of the Serendia crates, the money's gonna explode because then I'll be running 2 actual large money crates at once. So that will kick things off. And we'll start really getting back to our 5 bill a day off of this. Odd.
Wow, there's actual mythical. There's no mythical feathers on the market.
Yeah, they've been dying off.
That
Around
makes sense.
they show up right after boss timers now.
Yeah, that's true.
So once bosses show up, there's normally about 50 to 100 of them. Because that was something I was running into when I was doing the horses. I had to pre-buy them earlier in the day. Or right after a boss spawn.
Damn.
Yep. Yep, that was the kind of an annoying thing. Why do I keep going to storage? I need market. Overweight. Alright.
Yeah, I've got to burn up 92k of Agris right now.
Good luck on that.
It's like 4 hours for me at Penumbra.
That's not terrible.
Shit, I don't even know where I'm going. I'm just flying. Oh god.
We can't just...
I'm ADHD myself.
I was about to say, you just can't just fly anywhere.
Are you sure?
No. Not allowed.
I'm on a Krogdalo. I can do what I want.
Lava will be like, who decided that?
I mean, it'll just hurt me, not the horse.
True.
Fucking goddamn weird asses. I wish they would have. They should have. It should just hurt both you and the horse, though, in that particular case. I still don't know how people do Zepros because of that lava.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go...
Watch a few videos on it. I haven't done it yet, but I'm like kind of the only spot where I'm like questioning. I don't know if my mate will do it.
Just spawn knights. 6 out says.
Easy. What?
And
What do
they
you mean?
spawn
That
orbs
sounds
that give you
scary.
immunity. Okay. Just spawn the knight, then the knight gives you the immunity. Okay.
See, now we know. Because we've been sitting here wondering for a minute, how could it even have? How could you get through that heat?
So just a few minutes of struggle. That's fair. That's
Okay.
easy to deal with.
Yeah, that wouldn't be so bad then.
Alright, this should be enough to process for the day.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy more Donna potions.
Would you like to buy some?
You don't say. I am clicking on it right now.
I could have provided you with the finest quality of them.
I don't want to spend fucking 50. I'm gonna buy 40. Fuck it.
Cheap ass. If you're not fast enough, the mobs kill the orbs. Okay.
Now we're good. We got plenty of potions. We got 30 hours at least worth of envy potions, so I think we'll be alright. So I did the Sage at Aetherion.
How'd that go?
He's pretty okay. He's pretty okay. He got some. He's a good time. He can almost do it without the potion, without the heal potion, or without the Donna potion.
Okay.
So he ain't too bad.
Alright, there. That'll be good enough.
Well, at least 6L knows.
Yep. Motherfucking piece of shit. Fuck nuts.
I just seen on your screen that the buff happened. I was outside
Uh-huh.
trying to smoke a cigarette real quick before I got comfortable.
Literal cocksucker.
You just did 3
Yep.
full ass hours out there.
Yep. Fucking butt munch. All right. We're gonna let this process for a little while I go out and get some shit done. And then so yeah, time to process up the Calpheon crates. So yep, that's it for now. Y'all enjoy your afternoons. We'll do maybe Grand Theft Auto tonight, because tomorrow's gonna be Minecraft Monday. Then Tuesday we'll probably get back onto Pikmin. Do Pikmin 3. So
Don't forget I'm down to do a run through of the online if you want to
okay.
on that one, because mine's a new account, but all I did was just collect casino money.
Okay.
Casino thing.
Fair.
So it's literally like a level 8.
I don't even know if I don't even know what to do. So we'll see.
It's a good time.
We'll see. Maybe we might do that tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Is there anything I need to do in the story before I do online?
No.
Oh. It's like 100% separate.
Yeah, so like in the campaign, just to briefly summarize real quick, once you have like per se all 3 characters,
Yeah.
and once you do the online thing, you can swap between all 4 per se.
Okay.
Like with that character selector thing,
Mm-hmm.
like the character on the bottom will be your online character.
Okay. So that online
So
character
the
I
game-
use in the story?
No, no. Whenever you switch to that online character, per se, it will just, it'll throw you into an online world.
Oh, okay.
But then when you switch to either Trevor, Michael, or Franklin, it'll switch back to the campaign world.
Okay, got it. That's easy. All right, well, I'll see what happens. Let me think about it over the afternoon. And yeah, so enjoy y'all's afternoons, and I'll see y'all later.